that you made through the year. You'll get
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Monday, December 20th, 2021, approximately 1 p.m. Before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask if you please rise for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of the Las Cruces Police Department and the Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. Councilor Flores, join me in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So now we're going to have our pet of the week. And it looks like Councilor Beta-Stuvey is going to be doing the honors.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer is out today, so I am going to be reading our Pet of the Week. Our first Pet of the Week is going to be Clara. I am a gorgeous, glamorous, brown tabby girl who is playful and sweet. I was part of a large family of outdoor cats and spent the last 4 months of my life in the shelter. So I'd love to find out what a real forever home is like. She is very cute. She's about 8 months old, and she is a domestic short hair. And our dog of the week is Boy Boy. He's 3 years old, and he's a medium size. I'm a very handsome man with a unique face. I might come off as a little shy at first, but once you spend time petting me, I know I can trust you. I'd love to find my forever home during the holidays. And you can see the pet parade at the ASCMV Thursday, 12/23 at 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. at 3551 Baton Memorial West. And they're having their Home for the Holidays program that is going on from the 19th to the 31st. And every adoption is going to be $25. Hours of operation are Monday through Friday, noon to 6 p.m., and Saturday and Sunday, noon to 5. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Is this just a temporary gig, or are you going to do this?
Well, if you like it, I can make it permanent.
No, so good. We might be able to save a few dollars that way. Just kidding. Okay, so next is our Jobs of the Week, and Dr. Francisco Payadas is going to be giving that presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, City Council. For today's Jobs of the Week, we have a librarian position open here at the City of Las Cruces. This position is going to be closing on the 27th of December of this year. We also have flight nurse positions. This is where Air Methods Incorporated, and this will be closing on March 13th of next year. There's also a customer service specialist with Sherwin-Williams Corporation. This position will be closing on March 11th of 2022. We also have a scheduler with Healthcare Corporation of America. This position will be also closing on March 11th of 2022. We also have a depot manager with Las Cruces Metal Depot, and this position will be closing on the 12th of March of 2022. For a full list of jobs, internships, and volunteer opportunities, please visit the webpage with our friends at New Mexico Workforce Connections, employeenm.com, and www.governmentjobs.com/careers/Las Cruces. And again, the contact information for workforce-related items is with New Mexico Workforce Connection, 575-524-6250, and they're located at 226 South Alameda Boulevard. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Payadas. We appreciate that. Okay, next we're going to have Assistant City Manager Eric Enriquez, who's going to give us our COVID-19 update.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager, to give a COVID-19 update for December 20th. In Doña Ana County, the cases still are spiking last month, November and December, but we have seen a slight decrease the last week again. Numbers as far as vaccinations that are going, I know a couple of weeks we had just reached to 90%. We're at 91.4% for the adult population. And looking at the booster, there's been a slight increase as well to 29% when we were about 22% a couple of weeks ago. So we will continue the vaccine process, and I'll give a little bit more update on that as we move further. Hospital data, as you can see, we have had a slight decrease in the new cases in the county, down 36.4%. We've also seen a decrease in the hospital admissions. We've seen a decrease of 2.3% with the total beds used for COVID-19. We've come down a little bit as far as the ICU beds, but it's still up. It was 59% last time. It's down to 57%. Still a dilemma for our hospitals. Other news that's taken place, the public schools are now on winter break, so hopefully we see lower case rates, especially with the new variant that will be hitting the region. PMG is a contracted vaccine task force that the Department of Health has contracted with, and they've started their vaccinations last Wednesday. They'll be at the Farm and Ranch on Monday and at the County Government Center on Wednesdays. They should be ready for full operations after January 1st. I personally talked to them about seeing if we could get a site location here at City Hall. The female mobile bus team should be in the area during the training week of January 4th, and we're looking at Young Park as a location for the city as well. This next video was produced by Carla Walton. I showed it at the Vaccine Task Force. It's a short video, but something that she created. As I said, we did it at the Vaccine Task Force, and NMSU would be very interested in maybe displaying this video on the Jumbotron at Aggie Games, and maybe we can look at also getting them at the Allen Theaters in different locations, definitely going out to social media and all. So here you go. Yeah, that's a great job by Carla, and hopefully we can get that message out, and we'll continue to get messaging out there for the remainder of the year. I'll stand for any questions. Seeing none, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Assistant Manager Enriquez. We appreciate it very much. Appreciate all you do. Okay, so I know many of us are here to see the swearing in of our 2 new city councilors and the re-election of Councilor Flores, but before we do that, there had to be a couple seats that had to be open. And so we have something that we'd like to share with our most senior, and I say that in terms of years of service, not necessarily years of age. Our most senior city councilor, if you want to join me down here, Councilor, we've got something here for you. So Gil was elected in November 2009. And when he came on council, he came here with wanting to make sure that we understood about climate change and electricity and basically how to have a better environment. And so we appreciate all that he's done. And it's amazing that 12 years have moved so fast. He was re-elected 3 times, elected once and re-elected 2 other times. And to do that, that's not an easy task, especially District 5, which is a growing district. You have one of the largest district area-wise, and there's a lot of good people there, and it's a big district to cover, especially running for re-election. But you choose another path, and we just wanted to tell you how much we appreciate you. And so we have this plaque for you. It says Councilor Gil Sorg. He was also Mayor Pro Tem for a couple terms as well. It says, Councilor Gil Sorg, in recognition and appreciation of your dedicated community service in making Las Cruces a better place from November 16, 2009 to December 31st, 2021. So be sure to keep your phone on till midnight 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to the council that I've worked with all these years, the various councils, other councils too, besides this one. And thank you to the people of Las Cruces for letting me serve you so well. As I was thinking about my last 12 years in office, I thought maybe I should look back and see what's been done, what we did, because I have a strong belief that if you don't learn from history, you're bound to repeat your mistakes from history. So I have a short list of things that came to mind when I was thinking about the last 12 years. And I want to start out by saying I began when I was, the first couple of years I was in office, I attended a conference in Washington, D.C. on climate change. It was the Climate Communities organization. And I had the pleasure of introducing Gina McCarthy at the time for a luncheon speaker that she was. She was an EPA administrator with President Obama in his administration, and now she serves as the American Environmental Health and Air Quality. She was the American Environmental Health and Air Quality expert. So she's serving now with the first White House National Climate Advisor under President Joe Biden. And so I was able to get in that introduction to that conference, I was able to get a few choice words in for Las Cruces, bragging us up really well. And so I've been doing that all along, for all 12 years whenever I could. As a member of the city is a member of the National League of Cities, and in there they have different committees, and the one I served on was the Environment and Energy and Natural Resource Committee. So I was able to promote Las Cruces several times in that committee. But some of the accomplishments in the last year are interesting. One of the things I originally ran on was the missing and incomplete streets. And so the streets that we have improved in that time, this last 12 years, are Elks Drive, Del Rey, Sonoma Ranch Boulevard, all dispersing traffic instead of congesting it. And then we've added some streets, the Angler Underpass under I-25, Roadrunner, Settlers Pass, just to name a few, specifically in District 5. We've, of course, done a lot of streets in the rest of the city, too. And, of course, we passed the Wind Erosion Control Ordinance, keeping the dirt where it belongs. When I first was on the council, we had a Great Recession, as you recall, and we came through that without any layoffs of city employees and with a sound budget without deficits, including to provide city services we need. We also increased the gross receipts tax in Las Cruces to offset the loss of hold harmless payments that we were getting from the state. Then I noticed that a lot of work has been done downtown with Main Street revitalization and the full bill-out of Main Street downtown. We have many new businesses there, and of course, our pride down there is the new plaza. We instituted ranked choice voting, which is very recent here. We increased the minimum wage in Las Cruces. But also, there was an attempt to recall 3 of the members of the City Council after that. And we reformed recall procedures in our city charter because of that. Economic development has been big, with many new businesses locating here or increase in size, such as Zapato, Big Tuna, X2N Stat, Alaska Structures, Electronic Caregiver, Mass Media, Ceroplast, Rich Global, with a massive increase in the Union Pacific Railroad switchyard in the southern part of our county. Many improvements to our airport with commercial surface now within sight. Union Pacific switchyard and Santa Teresa help grow and make us here the biggest exporter-importer in the state of New Mexico. Multiple solar PV projects. The city's put up, I lost count, in the 10 to 20 to 30 different solar PV projects. We passed an active transportation plan for increasing the bike and walkability of the facilities in the city. Multiple utility improvements have been made with our automatic meter readers and new water testing lab and many septic tank replacements across the city. And of course, last but not least, in the utilities as curbside recycling we did. Of course, we moved into this new city hall just 12 years ago. We built a new aquatic center with a swimming pool coming soon, a new police station, 3 new fire stations, the convention center, a 911 call center along with the county, the Sage Cafe improvements, the Move It intermodal transit station, and soon a new animal shelter. In District 5, we added 4 new parks, 2 on the verge of being, and in addition, 2 on the verge of being built, and 9 neighborhood parks in the Metro Verde area, and still counting as they grow. We need 2 more parks yet. There's still 2 yet to be built. Las Cruces Dam Recreation Area is nearly 500 acres of open space behind the dam with wetlands, pond, and riparian habitat. An excellent example of dual purpose of our land use. We added an arts district downtown. We passed the first GO bonds for fire, animal shelter, regional park, and trails. The Las Cruces Comprehensive Plan and Elevate Las Cruces was a huge accomplishment. And I must add to that, one thing that got me pretty excited was that our New Mexico State University football team went to the first bowl game in 57 years, and they won. We celebrated New Mexico's centennial. And also, we've added a national monument to our area here, the Oregon Mountains Desert Peaks, nearly 500,000 acres with added wilderness within it. And last but not least in that area is the White Sands National Park now. And of course, the Spaceport America was built, and the first launch into space by Virgin Galactic happened. We've had multiple film productions, including the one that is highlighting Las Cruces, is Walking with Herb. There will be many more to come. Numerous homes for low-income families and Habitat for Humanity and others, and there will be many more. We passed recently an electric vehicle policy for our city fleet, and we're about to pass an electrification for all city-owned, subsidized, and planned buildings so that we are not going to burn fossil fuels. And then also there's been 4 different city managers, but only 1 mayor. So there's still lots left to do, so I hope the council continues to roll up their sleeves and keep going. We need a sound stage for TV and film productions, and we need to reduce poverty, including providing more affordable housing. Thank you again. It's been a wonderful 12 years. It's been an amazing time.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Councilor Sorg. Okay, so next, I'm going to invite Councilor Vasquez to come down. So I met Councilor Vasquez several years ago. Here was this young man working for, I think, New Mexico State Roundup, or I recall being interviewed by him. And then later on, I think he worked with, or was the executive director of the Hispano Chamber. And I always knew that this young man had a great head on his shoulders, very smart, very articulate, and I knew that he was a force to be reckoned with. And so I really, although I didn't think I thought he was going to stay on council for a little bit longer, because I envisioned him doing other great things. But he chose a different path, which is good, and I wish him much success. But it's amazing how 4 years has already passed. Councilor Gabriel Vasquez was elected from District 3 on November 20th, 2017, and his term also ends on December 31st, 2021. So with this, we wish you well in all your future endeavors and success. Councilor Vasquez, thank you for all that you do. You've been a voice of reason, very level-headed, and I know that there's always that part of you that speaks business, and we appreciate that too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you so much, Mayor Miyagi-Shima. Mayor, you have been a leader to this council and to this city for many years, and I have learned so much from you in the past 4 years, and I'm incredibly grateful and humbled to have been given the opportunity to work with you. So thank you, Mayor Miyagi-Shima. That's how you get donations on your campaign, folks. No, I'm just kidding. You know, when I first started to think about public service in the city council and in public light, I thought about the things that I wanted out of my elected leaders. And I thought about the times that I stood on that podium and asked city council to do certain things that I thought were really important for me, my community, and my people. And I thought about coming up with solutions that would help my community, my neighborhood, my family, the folks that I represented. And so I came to the conclusion that I have to be on this side, right? That one of the ways that you do that is that you take control of your future, you make people believe in you, You knock on a lot of doors, and I certainly knocked on a lot of doors thanks to Connie Chapman, who I have to have a big shout out here for Connie. If we can get a hand for Connie. And I knocked on a lot of doors, and I heard what people's concerns were, and I heard what people's thoughts were and their hopes for the future. And it was all, for me, it was all local. Politics is all local, right? So it was those potholes in the roads. It was broken street lamps. It was more amenities for our kids. It was fixing up our parks. It was making sure that families had a fighting chance to raise their kids, go to school, go to work. And so those are the things that I focused on while I've been here on the City Council over the last 4 years. Now, as a City Council member, I have had the privilege of chairing a few committees, a few boards that I know a lot of residents don't know a lot about, but they help power our community. The South Central Solid Waste Authority Board, which I'm leaving as the chair, is an organization that helps deliver solid waste services to our communities, recycling. I have helped to manage our recycling contract to make sure that every resident here continues to have recycling services alongside the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, because our recycling system nationally is at danger. And I know how important that is to our community. And so we've made ends meet and made sure that people still have curbside recycling services. I also chair the Mesilla Valley Metropolitan Planning Organization. And that is also another intergovernmental organization that includes the town of Mesilla, city of Las Cruces, Doña Ana County. And basically what it does is it helps to vet transportation projects that come to our community, but it also helps to promote things like the active transportation plan. That's where a lot of the design work comes from. So when we talk about making our communities and our neighborhoods bike-friendly, pedestrian-friendly, when we're doing ADA improvements, the Mesilla Valley MPO is a big part of making that happen so that we can have shovel-ready projects when we have money come in to make sure that those things get done. And one of the things I'm most proud of is chairing the El Paseo and South Solano Ad Hoc Board over the last year with many members of the committee. I know that work will continue on with our new councilor, Miss Becky Graham, who I just want to give a big shout out to. And I'm proud of it because one of the things, when you drive down El Paseo, you drive down South Solano, and you see some of the needs, you wonder, what is my city doing to help with the conditions that some of our neighborhoods in our commercial districts are in? What can we be doing? I drove around that street, I drove up and down both of those streets way too many times to ignore and to think that we couldn't be capable of having an amazing vision for this community. So I look forward to, over the next several years, having both the El Paseo and South Solano corridors revitalized with housing projects, with new retail and new commercial development, and with incentives for local entrepreneurs to be able to be successful in this district. Lastly, I just want to mention a couple of other really important projects for my district. The Villa Mora Dam Park project is going to be the largest open space, the largest park that the city has in our district, well, in the city, but it's going to be in District 3, and I'm super excited for that. That's going to be natural trails on the corner of Madrid and Trevis, and we will have a natural space for people to get off of the Trevis Trail and get onto some more natural walking trails, and I'm very excited for that. The Aquatic Center and Community Pool, and I believe former Councilor Greg Smith back here, who was a huge champion. Thank you, Councilor, for that project. But one of the things that I know Councilor Smith knows is that I fought for that to be a community pool. I didn't want it just to be an Olympic pool, Olympic-sized swimming pool for folks that were competitively training or that were there to compete in athletic programs, which oftentimes are out of the reach of everyday families and everyday kids. And so I fought hard to make sure that that project was going to include community swimming pool hours, that every member of the public would feel welcome there, and that we would have the amenities to welcome every single kid in this county and in this city who wanted to learn how to swim. So I'm very proud of that. Now, the skate park, several skate parks now that we have coming up for our district was also an important part of my time on the city council, because I went and listened to our young people in our communities. I met them where they were at the skate shop, and I asked what they wanted for their community. It's no surprise they wanted a new skate park at the skate shop, but they came together and they lobbied for county dollars, for city dollars, and for capital outlay money to help us get almost $1 million to build a new skate park that was built by our citizens, just like Unidad Park was in District 3. And so I am so glad to be able to help deliver a new skate park to the young people of the city. Lastly, I'll just say that I'm so proud to have served with my colleagues. Councilor Abeta Stuvey, you have truly taught me a lot about patience, and you have taught me a lot about resilience in your job, and especially helping this council work through the COVID-19 pandemic and the type of leadership that you showed by both helping to chair the task force and bringing the information that we needed as a council to make the right decisions about how to protect people and families has been invaluable. I'll never forget you for that, because that was one of the most critical times in our city. So thank you, Councilor Abeta Stuvey. Councilor Bencomo, I want to also thank you so much. You and I have known each other for quite some time, but Councilor Bencomo was one of the first people that convinced me that I could run for office and that I should run for office. And I remember when we had that meeting and she said, there's no question, you need to run for city council. And it took me 2 or 3 days to kind of let it sink in that somebody as powerful as a community organizer like Yvonne Bencomo would believe in me. So when she ran for the city council, I made sure that I tried to do everything I could to get her elected. And I have been just in awe and impressed with her leadership. So thank you so much, Councilor Bencomo. Councilor Sorg, you said it all. I think you talked about your record. You know, your leadership in the space of the environment, climate, renewable energy, wildlife, conservation is unmatched. And I know that you and I both have worked on a lot of conservation projects together, but you're steadfast, your zeal, especially in these last couple of months, when I think you knew you had the power to make a lot of difference, have helped us to have one of the most aggressive renewable energy standards for a municipality like the city of Las Cruces, and pushing for electric vehicle charging stations, and the electrification of developments and roads and homes is going to have a long impact for years to come. So thank you so much, Councilor Sorg. And to Councilor Flores, Councilor Flores has just won her re-election, and I can't, I'm so thrilled that you won your re-election, because truly when you look at somebody that has the passion and their heart is in the right place, Councilor Flores could be retired, she could be enjoying her life somewhere in beautiful beach, and could be, disengaged as much as she wants to, but she continues to represent her community in one of the toughest districts, and makes the right decisions all the time. And in case you haven't noticed, sometimes she speaks her mind a little bit, and and we need that, because it reminds us all that we're up here for a reason, and that we got elected by folks for a reason. And Councilor Flores is a great example of that. So thank you, Councilor Flores. Yes. And to Mayor Pro Tem Gándara, I have learned so much from you. When you get on the council, there's no blueprint on how to run this, on how to be a good councilor. They don't give you a manual that says this is how you're going to answer to constituents when they call you or email you at 2 in the morning, or they're freaking out about something happening in their neighborhood. And Councilor Gándara, in the true sense of being a social worker, which she has been for many years, and a social work administrator, helped me navigate through all that, and how to deal with people that oftentimes are having some very difficult situations, and how to use our staff and the power of the city to solve people's problems. And she continues to do that as Mayor Pro Tem, and has been a huge innovator in the space of mental health care for our kids especially. And so I can't thank her enough for that. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Well, I think that's all I got to say. I guess there's somebody else that's up here sometimes. It's our city manager, Ifo Pili. The city is in good hands with Ifo, I believe. He has really brought a good stabilizing force to our city. He has managed diligently, and I believe has gained the respect of our staff and the city council. And of course, he's done so in partnership with the mayor, who again has just been such an incredible force here for the city. But I just got to say how excited I am to have an all-women city council sitting up there, and I'm happy to step outside and move out of the way to make sure that we make history here in Las Cruces. So thank you all so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilor Vasquez. Okay, so we're going to have the swearing in of our two new city councilors and 1 re-election. And so, Councilor Flores, there is no plaque here for you because you're still sticking around, so I want you to know that. She came down here and said, "Do I get a plaque?" And I go, "No, no, I'm just kidding. I know." She didn't say that. I just threw that in there. So we're really honored to have Doña Ana County's one of their favorite judges, who also does a great job, and who also was a police officer, a police lieutenant for the Las Cruces Police Department for over 20 years. I still remember Judge Perea. He says, "You know what? I want to be one of two things." One of the things he wanted to be was maybe down the road, chief of police. So this was a while back there, Chief Dominguez. And so, but then he says, "No, I think I'm going to go to law school." And he did. And he's a district judge now. And so, Judge Perea, where are you? There you are. So I'm going to turn it over to you, sir. So thank you for doing this.
Whenever you're ready, Michelle. Thank you. You got it. Miss Becky Graham, I will call you Councilor afterwards. Please come up, your family. And I've got to tell you, this gives me great pleasure to administer these oaths as a retired City of Las Cruces employee. It's a great honor to do this. Would you please raise your right hand? Oh, please, everybody, come close, come close. I, please state your name.
I, Becky Graham,
Subscribe upon my oath
subscribe upon my oath
that as City Councilor
that as City Councilor
for the City of Las Cruces,
for the City of Las Cruces,
New Mexico,
New Mexico,
for a term to end December 31, 2025,
for a term to end December 31, 2025,
I will support the Constitution of the United States
I will support the Constitution of the United States
and Constitution and laws
and Constitution and the laws
of the State of New Mexico
of the State of New Mexico
and the ordinances
and the ordinances
of the City of Las Cruces,
of the City of Las Cruces,
and that I will faithfully and impartially
and that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of City Councilor
of City Councilor
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And ma'am, please come on over here and sign right there for me. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Councilor. Good. And please take this over to Christine, if you don't mind. Ms. Becky Corran. Yes, absolutely. Please come close, come close, come close, right there. That everyone's behind you. Very good. Please raise your right hand. I, please state your name.
I, Becky Corran,
Subscribe upon my oath
subscribe upon my oath
that as City Councilor
that as City Councilor
for the City of Las Cruces,
for the City of Las Cruces,
New Mexico,
New Mexico,
for a term to end December 31, 2025,
for a term to end December 31, 2025,
I will support the Constitution
I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and Constitution and laws
and Constitution and laws
of the State of New Mexico
of the State of New Mexico
and the ordinances
and the ordinances
of the City of Las Cruces,
of the City of Las Cruces,
and that I will faithfully
and that I will faithfully
and impartially
and impartially
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of City Councilor
of City Councilor
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
I thank you so very much. And please sign right there. Congratulations, Councilor. Let me get this for you. Very nice. Councilor Flores, from my district.
This is my new mom.
You ready? Come on, please raise your right hand. I, please state your name,
I, Yvonne Flores,
subscribe upon my oath
subscribe upon my oath
that as City Councilor
that as City Councilor
for the City of Las Cruces,
for the City of Las Cruces,
New Mexico,
New Mexico,
for a term to end
for a term to end
December 31, 2025,
December 31, for a term to end December 31, 2025.
I'll support the Constitution
I'll support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and Constitution and laws
and Constitution and laws
of the State of New Mexico
at the State of New Mexico
and the ordinances of
and the ordinances of
the City of Las Cruces,
the City of Las Cruces,
and that I will faithfully and impartially
and that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of City Councilor
of City Councilor
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations. I need your signature, Councilor.
Se acabó se acabó la cita.
We always have a backup. There you go.
Unless it just got.
Perfecto. Let me just sign this. Honor is mine. Thank you very much. Councilor Flores, thank you so very much.
Feliz Navidad.
Yay. I like it. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you very much. I've got 47 people waiting for me in my courtroom. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Judge, for your service, and have a good, happy holiday. Happy New Year. Okay, so this is where I'll ask if any member of the city council, city manager, or any member of the city staff has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None. Gandara.
No.
None.
No.
Okay, seeing none. Now we're going to go to public participation. This is where members of the public can speak to council twice during the council meeting, initially for up to 3 minutes, and then they have the remaining 4 minutes if they want to talk on one of the items or two of the items on the council agenda. I'm going to ask that if you were here to talk about something that's on the council agenda, if you can wait until that item is presented, that would be great. If you have to leave, let us know. You can say your piece, but we won't be able to respond or answer you at all. Okay? So I usually start on my left on the first row. And looks like Bob Butler. You want to just come forward here, Bob? Just state your name, please. And to the lady who had her hand up, when the time comes, you just come forward, tell us your reason and what you want to say. Thank you.
Robert Butler, Las Cruces. Las Cruces. I will try to be as light, as joyous as I possibly can be from my recent experiences. Ken Maishima, our mayor, is my friend. He's a dear friend. Every time I see him, I see leadership. That is fantastic. There's a few questions I have to ask you. Is number one, Mrs. Yvonne Flores may I can't marry at your council?
Excuse me, Bob, unfortunately, you can't ask council members anything right now. You can just make your comment.
All right,
Because
all
there's
right.
nothing on the agenda.
All right, I'll say this. Do this. I've been able to walk to University Church of Christ all month long, and last month, 4 times. And I have never seen so many leaders and first ladies in my life, all combined in one group. Those parents of that church know what they're doing, and they're very shy, but I can bring that out of them when the time comes. Ken, I thank you I've known you for over 15 years, and you're impeccable. When you ask the audience, is there anyone here who wants to talk to me after the meeting? I'll meet you out in the lobby. I was the only person, and you opened my eyes to a whole different world, and I am very, very grateful to you for that. I like to congratulate all councilors. I'm in the presence of excellence, and I'm very motivated in making a contribution to the city of Las Cruces. I will say that in order to make a contribution, you must be versatile and benevolent. If anybody doesn't want to be benevolent in a position, they don't qualify. I wish everybody warmth, security, and a safe, happy family get-together here in Las Cruces. We have a lot to look forward to in the near future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bob. So now we go to the second row.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, I'm Kathy Stark. If I may in advance ask for a couple seconds over 3 minutes because I don't talk that fast as much as I try. I'm here today to follow up on concerns that I raised on October 18th about the city's TNR program, and I would like to thank Mr. Enriquez for meeting with representatives of that subcommittee last week to discuss what has and hasn't happened to date, as well as trying to come up with a path forward. As the ordinance is written, the TNR program is not a shelter program. It is a city program. During the work session and council meetings, you've articulated a desire to have policies based on best practices, public education, data collection methods, provisions to assist the elderly and disabled, low-cost spay and neuter, and expansion of the TRAP loan program to include deterrence. Since there wasn't a city staff person assigned to be responsible, a program was developed by the subcommittee to meet the objectives, but by default, that program fell on the ASCMV. The subcommittee met over 17 times in 6 months. We have countless emails, drafts of each component, and over the course of hundreds of hours, developed a program, the governing policies, and a budget to cover each of the elements. Full consensus was reached by all participants, including the ASCMV and animal control, on the required policies, but within the last 2 weeks, and for the second time, the ASCMV has changed its mind on approval and has requested the city extend the deadline for the policies to come before, and those policies are already past due in non-compliance with the ordinance. As a member of the subcommittee, I would like to urge you to consider taking an alternative course. And that course would be for the city manager to direct a staff individual to bring forward a resolution for discussion and vote on the policies upon which consensus was reached. As the policy-making body of the City of Las Cruces, it's imperative you provide some necessary direction to move forward with the program. And as you start your annual budget process, it's critical for a determination to be made as to where this program is to be housed and implemented, and that the initial proposed budget, which has not been considered to date by the council, is reviewed, discussed, so that it can be allocated properly. Without governing policies in place, what has happened on the ground has been disturbing. Residents with some with no knowledge of how to humanely trap are trapping, leaving cats to flail around in the trap, risking serious injury or death. Without policies to try and manage the intake for TNR, since the effective date 197 cats and kittens have been brought in by members of the public, myself included. 684 were brought in by animal control. By comparison, in FY 2020, 1,372 cats and kittens were brought into the shelter. We're already over 800, approaching 900. 321 of those 1,372 were killed. May I continue?
Can you finish in about 10 seconds, please?
If I talk really fast. Animal control have asked individuals if they're registered cat caregivers, even though the encouraged registration platform hasn't been implemented. The requested data collection of caregivers and colony locations has been lost for the over 900 cats that have come in. And on 11/18, ASCMB suspended all public spay and neuter intake. We can't change what's transpired since the adoption of the ordinance. It's done. But we can change the trajectory. And what I'm asking for is that the council provide clear and definitive direction that's urgently needed so that we can move this program forward and address the objectives. The rescues are full, the fosters are full, and we are approaching kitten season.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Stark.
you. And I wish you all a happy holiday, and Mr. Mayor, congratulations on your MBA.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Okay, so that was the second row. Now we're going to the third row. I'm sorry, sir. Second row on my left. I'm going to come here on my right. Yeah. So on my left, third row. All right, fourth row. Fifth row. Yeah. Okay.
Mayor and council people, thank you very much for hosting my presentation today. I am here to talk about beneficial electrification.
Excuse me, ma'am. I just need you to state your name, please.
Yes. Oops. My name is Wendy Hamilton. I'm an emeritus professor from NMSU, and I've lived here for 29 years in the area. And today, I'm here to provide some public comment supporting the positive vote to pass resolution number 22.074.
You can't wait till that. You need to leave?
Excuse me?
You can't wait until we bring that forward?
No.
Okay, that's fine. No problem.
I'm sorry. The purpose of this resolution is to adopt beneficial and sustainable electrification standards in new construction that is owned and managed by the city. My reason for encouraging you to pass the resolution are reinforced in the writings of two well-known climate activists and journalists, Saul Griffith and Bill McKibben. In Saul Griffith's book, Electrify, he makes an analogy between the pandemic and global warming. He says we knew years ago that a pandemic would arise at some point and that we needed to prepare for it. We did not. He says we knew years ago that global warming was a problem and that we needed to reduce emissions to prepare for it. We did not. You see, the similarity between the two does not even end there. Like global warming, a pandemic infection starts with a fever. Epidemiologists told us we needed to flatten the pandemic curve at the same time at which the virus spreads to reach equilibrium and a drawdown of infection. The same goes for global warming. The climate scientists told us we needed to flatten the curve of greenhouse gas emissions to reach equilibrium and a drawdown of climate change. Now we all know how pandemic vaccinations have gone, and that, my folks, my friends, is a tiny problem compared to climate change. The old adage that it takes a village is as true today with the pandemic as it is with global warming. Many simply have ignored the climate curve, which is a complete changeover in our energy infrastructure, the total electrification of the energy grid and the elimination of every form of fossil fuel combustion. May I have 10 more seconds? Thank you. As famed journalist Bill McKibben writes in Paul Hawkins' book, Regeneration, the first ground rule for fighting the climate crisis is simple. Immediately stop lighting coal, oil, gas, and trees on fire. Achieving a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions is pure physics and straightforward economics and is an affordable and equitable solution for everyone. This is where beneficial electrification comes in. I am proud to be able to speak before you today about the importance of Las Cruces building electrification.
Thank you, Dr. Hamilton.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was the fifth row. Anyone else? Yes, okay.
Mr. Mayor and City Councilors, my name is Renee Frank. I'm a long-term resident of this area and a realtor with a focus on sustainable real estate. I'm here to speak in favor of the beneficial electrification standards for new construction. I'm sorry I won't be able to be here when that discussion takes place, but I really wanted to make some comments about that. First of all, I want to congratulate the city for taking this action and following through in a tangible way to the commitment established by the City Climate Action Plan. Secondly, I want to talk about the importance of electrification. First of all, electrification of buildings is important because actually around 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions come from buildings. And so by addressing buildings, it gives us an opportunity to really make a significant difference. Secondly, electrification has really been enabled by changes and advancements in technology, and specifically in renewable energy technology, which includes collectively all the solar, wind, and the battery technology that is moving forward today. This is already the cheapest source of energy in most of the United States, and specifically in our area. All of the new energy coming online with El Paso Electric is actually going to be renewable energy from here on out. And by 2045, it's my understanding that they will be 100% renewable in our own grid. So going electric with our buildings is the fastest and most effective way for us to reduce carbon emissions. So really supportive of that move. Beyond that, though, making buildings all electric makes good economic sense. The cost of renewable energy is on a trajectory to continue to drop every year, probably for the next 10 years and beyond. Natural gas, on the other hand, in the past has been a low-cost energy source, but it's shot up in price. That is not likely to change anytime soon. So and we also know that we have to move away from burning fossil fuels. New technology is also making electric heat pump equipment the most cost-effective way to heat spaces inside our buildings and to heat water. So a new building today, if it's built right, should last at least 50 years, maybe up to 100 or more than 100 years. Going forward, any building that is built to include natural gas will be obsolete and will be overly costly to operate before it's even completed. Finally, all electric buildings have been shown to be safer and healthier for their occupants. For all these reasons, it's especially important, I believe, that beneficial electrification should be included in all of our low and middle income housing as well. So I look forward to the passage of this ordinance. I wish I could be around to see that happen, but I want to thank you all for entertaining that.
Thank you, Renee.
And happy holidays.
Okay, happy holidays. Okay, so that was the fifth row. Anyone else on that fifth row? Okay, sixth row, seventh row, eighth, last row. No one else on? Yes, sir. Rick, Mr. Reno.
Hello, my name is Rick Renault. Thank you for allowing me to speak here. I'm here to talk about the last meeting public comment period. That was really rude, Ms. Flores, Councilor Flores. You should apologize or resign. That's what you should do. This is a pattern. When is the council going to self-police itself? I'm not talking about the mayor or the city manager. I'm talking about you six. And now we have a new council. We'll see if they self-police themselves. I was here 2 years ago. Same issue. Apologize or resign. Councilor Flores and Councilor Vasquez, your hate attack on the Doña County Historical Society, that was gruesome. Armando Limon of Mesilla wrote, you think he doesn't know Hispanics? He wrote, the reasons given were racist and shameful. You should apologize or resign. You guys never did. And you think I'm stupid? I grew up here in Las Cruces. My dad is a white guy, and my mom is a Hispanic. I could see right through that BS that you put on the Doña Historical Society. You hurt them. You hurt them mentally. All the momentum they had on the Pat Garrett Festival, everything, it ended then. So you didn't apologize, so I kept going. Where's my book? I found out that this special brand of hate, this ethnic studies, I found it at Las Cruces Public Schools, January 15th, 2019. Cultural proficiency says, that's what they adopted. You can look at people for their color now. There was a Las Cruces reporter that wrote an article around that time. He said, yes, we can, how can I not see your oppression if I don't see your color? Excuse me, we revere Martin Luther King here. July 15, 2019, Councilor Stewie, Councilor Bencomo, and the new councilors, maybe city manager, you need to see that meeting, July 15, 2019. That was just a crime against this community, against Mesilla. The trinket sellers, remember? That's how I describe Mesilla. That's all their trinket sellers. We're all mixed in here in this community. Everyone has DNA. If you do a DNA test, there's all kinds of people here. We don't hate, we don't divide. So, thank you for the opening, Ms. Flores. That's why we're at the school board. And speaking of renaming things, that was the height of ignorance not allowing Pat Garrett Boulevard to be the new name of Motel Boulevard. Thank you all.
Okay, anyone else on my left? Okay, so now I'm going to start on my right, first row, second row. Yes, Mr. Wendler, I think. At least I'm just guessing.
That's correct.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Charles, is that the first name?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Thank you. I'm very flattered, quite frankly, humbly, that you remember my name, Mayor, okay? And with that said, Mayor, council people, my name is Charles Wendler. I'm a taxpayer in this city, property taxpayer, paying more taxes than I care to think about. Anyway, some books have been shown here today, and I have a book, and I bring some good news, folks. I just heard some comments that maybe have stirred up some people a little bit, and I know that you all work very, very hard to do the best that you can. In all sincerity, I understand that and believe that. I'm a former school teacher, science and math, former school principal, all grade levels, and I also was a board chair of a charter school, so I have a little bit of a background, so I understand what you're like to facing the public. But I'd like to read to you something, talk about the greatest achievement ever accomplished, and with all good respect to Council Mr. Sorg, the history. Let's talk about good news. And my eyes are fading on me a little bit, so bear with me. Shepherds were in the fields near Bethlehem. They were taking turns watching their flock during the night. An angel from the Lord suddenly appeared to them. The glory of the Lord filled the area with light, and they were terrified. The angel said to them, "Don't be afraid. I have good news for you, a messenger that will fill everyone with joy. Today, your Savior, Christ the Lord, was born in David's city. This is how you will recognize him. You will find him wrapped in strips of cloth, lying in a manger. Suddenly, a large army of angels appeared with the angel. They were praising God by saying, quote, "Glory to God in the highest heaven, and on earth peace to those who have his good will." And let's pray that all have his good will as we deliberate all these critical issues. And so, thank you very much for the opportunity to present the good news to you. Thank you. God bless you all. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Mr. Wendler. Merry Christmas. Anyone else in the second row? Third row? Fourth row? Staff? Fifth row? Sixth? Seventh? Last row. Anyone else on my right? Okay, that concludes public participation. And I have a closed meeting statement to read. Make sure I didn't do. Okay, Las Cruces City Council met in closed session at 9:02 a.m., December 6, 2021. Following members were in attendance: Councilors Flores, Sorg, Bencomo, Abeta Stuvi, Gandara, and myself, Ken Miyagashima, and Councilor Vasquez participated through telephonically. Staff present was Robert Cabello, Deputy City Attorney, Miguel Dominguez, Chief, Las Cruces Police Department, Jennifer Vega Brown, City Attorney, Barbara De Leon, Chief Administrative Officer, Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager, and Damian Martinez, outside legal counsel. The meeting adjourned at 9:50 a.m. And for the record, Las Cruces City Council met in closed session and only discussed those limited items as stated in the posted notice. The purpose of the closed meeting was to discuss litigation regarding David Pedraza, plaintiff, versus CIV number 20-808, KG/GJF, Christopher Smelzer, and the City of Las Cruces. Oh, that's right. No, Jennifer Vega Brown was not there. That's right. Sorry. That's why Robert was there. Okay. And the City of Las Cruces doing business as the Las Cruces Police Department defendants, which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H, number 7. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that, Jennifer. Okay, so that is the closed meeting statement, and so now we're going to go to acceptance of the agenda.
Mayor?
Yes?
I just wanted to pull 8.1, and I just have a question.
I'm sorry, can you say that again, what?
Oh, apologies. I wanted to pull 8.1 from consent.
Our only consent item? You want
Yes,
to pull
but
it?
I just have a question, so I don't need a whole presentation.
Okay. No problem. It's a kind of an inside joke here. This was like, everything was for discussion. I thought, okay, one consent item, and so we'll pull it. Okay, that's fine, no problem. So I need a motion, a second, to accept the agenda as presented.
Move to approve the agenda as presented with
Second by
the
Flores.
polling of number 8.1.
Okay, so the agenda was motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores, to accept the agenda as presented with item 8.1 removed for discussion. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve the agenda presented with the removal of item 8.1 for discussion. Councilor Beta Stuvie?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, 8.1, Resolution 22.
Mayor, we need to do old business first.
I'm sorry?
We need to do old business first.
Oh, yes, okay.
Yep.
Just checking to see if you were paying attention. Okay, so old business, 9.1, Resolution 22-067. We need a motion and second to remove
Move
from
to
the table.
approve.
No, it's been a motion and second, but we just didn't remove it from the table.
I move to remove it from the table.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is that Councilor Bencomo? Okay. Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Bencomo. And I believe Natalie Green is going to be participating telephonically. We don't need to vote for her. Do we need to vote?
We need to vote for me to remove from the table.
Okay.
This is on the motion to remove item 9.1 from the table for discussion. Councilor Beta-Stuvy?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
No.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so now we have Natalie Green that's on the phone. Okay. Can you hear us, Natalie?
I can, Mr. Mayor, members
Okay.
of council, Natalie Green for the record. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you pretty good.
I was going to defer to City Manager Peely first. I thought he was going to speak before me, but if not, I can jump straight into it.
Now we can't hear you that well. Sounds like there's a little bit of an echo.
Mayor, can I jump in before Natalie? Just kind of set the stage here. So, yeah, Natalie's available by phone here. Just wanted to sort of recap. So at our last work session, we appeared in council. There was consensus that the audit report would be finalized before we move forward. Just wanted to give you an update at that. We are still finalizing that. As a part of our audit process that needs to go to, that comes to the city manager's office, then to the oversight committee. Then there's a comment period there, and then a final report would be given. Just want to clarify that that's still being finalized. It would be the council's choice whether or not to wait for that. I know we really wanted to bring this forward, so we're prepared to, Natalie's prepared to make presentation and have the discussion so that we can move forward in whatever direction you choose to. But just wanted to clarify that we are still finalizing and there's still a process for that final report to move forward. We have discussed that, there are ways that we can move forward if you choose to without the report being finalized. I mean, one, this can be canceled. Through your approval, tabled indefinitely. The question comes down to a discussion with our city attorney. We had the question of, as our auditors going through and looking at how this has been identified through the procurement process or how whether or not we followed it properly as she's going through that. There's the question of whether or not we consider that or consider this as a grant, and legally if this allows us to go through the grant process as opposed to the procurement process. That's one thing for you to consider. Our city attorney can jump in as well, but just to give you options, I know this is a final meeting for a couple of our councilors, and we did want to try and get this through and by the end of the year, but I just wanted to kind of clarify those points. There are some options available to us right now, but again, Natalie's available to present and answer questions over the phone. So just wanted to say that before we get into discussion, Mayor.
Thank you, Ifo. So just to clarify for members of the audience as well as my colleagues on the council, from what I'm hearing from Ifo, is the question is this. So earlier, if you have watched the previous meeting, it was discussed or was disclosed that typically Alex Liu and his team do procurement. And this was handled a little bit different through Natalie Green and her team because this is considered a grant. So I guess the real question is, when we're using this type of money, which is, of course, ARPA money, once in a lifetime, hopefully once in a lifetime money, does the city have to follow the same rules that they do as procurement? Now, keep in mind, when we're doing procurement, we're using taxpayer dollars to purchase something. Do we have to follow those rules the way that Alex Liu and his team does and is prescribed? Or is this considered a grant, which is, on the other hand, the government's given us money to hand out? So we're not purchasing. It is taxpayer dollar, though, but it's being handled much like we do with our other grants, like our health and human services when we give it to nonprofits. So that's the question is what I think is what I'd heard from council before. They want to know, is that the process? Those are two different processes, and do we have to use the same process for bids as we do for, in this case, a grant. So, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Peely. I voted no on this because I would like it to be tabled indefinitely, because without a doubt, there were a lot of flaws. And it's not just because of the source of the money that these allocations, or excuse me, these grants are being made. There were a lot of problems that we saw in the process, not just the fact, and I beg to differ with you, Mr. Peely, to say that the procurement process was not followed in its entirety because it wasn't tax dollars, or, well, excuse me, you didn't say that. That it was just a different process altogether because it's a federal grant, I believe you said that, if I'm misstating that. All the same, I feel very strongly that, that the processes were flawed. And it needs to be looked at strictly. Ms. Viola Perea, our internal auditor, made it clear at last week's meeting that it would take a lot of time to really go through everything to make sure that the process that should have been followed by the federal guidelines and given our procurement process were adhered to. Now, I don't know what the direction is from the city attorney insofar as the necessity to look at the differences between the ARPA money, the source of the funding, but I stand by what I said last week, that the source of the funding shouldn't determine the procurement process, and there shouldn't be any question whatsoever that the procurement process rendered an outcome that's transparent and was fairly applied to each applicant. So I stand by that, and that's why to table indefinitely means it gets tabled until our city auditor, our internal auditor, working with our city attorney, makes that very clear. And until then, and we do have, I believe we have a couple of years to allocate that money, disperse that money. So I would stand by tabling it indefinitely, and that's why I voted no. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Peely.
Thank you, Councilor. Let me let the rest of the council speak, and then if you choose to make a motion to table, then we'll see if that's what the will of the council wants to do. Councilor Bincombe?
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you, Ifo, for that explanation. I guess to me, there's that question that you posed, Mayor, is still unanswered. And so how getting it answered, I feel like, is the important matter here. I don't personally support tabling this indefinitely. I feel like I heard something totally different from Ms. Perea, even though I also support that whole process being finalized before we move this forward. And I would like to understand that timeline better. Does that mean January? Does that mean February? Because even though we do have a couple of years to allocate these funds, our community is struggling pretty badly. There's a lot of very vulnerable folks in our community who could really benefit from many of the projects and, frankly, this money. And this money was supposed to be used for economic relief for people who are hurting. And the last time the federal government gave folks any money because of the pandemic was forever ago, and frankly, it was shamefully a little amount. And there's a lot of folks who are in huge need. So I personally see an urgency. But I also see a need for the questions that community members had to be answered, and for this question to be answered, because, you know, I felt like we put Natalie in charge of this because she has so much experience with these federal regulations, and because she has so much experience working with nonprofits. And, you know, also, you know, I've ran a nonprofit, and I think it's a lot of effort to go out for grants that were this size, and asking them to have to redo that entire process, I think, is really difficult on them, on nonprofits that are already stretched thin in our community, because, you know, frankly, they take most of the burden when it comes to anti-poverty work and mental health. And so asking them to go through this process entirely again, I think, is hard. And I keep going back to this, right? Ms. Perea said there was a couple of things that we could do to answer those questions, to remedy the process, and I would like to see that through. I don't know if that means tabling indefinitely. I don't know how that process will work. I would hope someone would explain that to me. But if tabling indefinitely means that the process will have to start all over again, I'm not sure I am ready yet to support that until we see the final process of this audit going through and that question being answered, Mr. Mayor, about procurement versus grant. Thank you.
No problem, thank you. Councilor Bettis-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also in favor of tabling this item. Part of I think the conversation that we had last time with Ms. Perea is that she will have a formal recommendation afterwards that will give a little bit more guidance, I think, on what can and cannot be done. And then it will go through our oversight committee as well. And from there, I think we'll be able to get a little bit more gauge of what those next steps might be. And if there can be preservation of the original procurement, or if there are other issues that we need to consider. So I do favor tabling this. And I believe indefinitely because it is a different process. The PRCs do meet once a month, and so it just gives time to make sure everything can be completed in that order. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Vasquez, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do have a procedural question. Tabling indefinitely, would that restart this entire process essentially because it would have to come back as a new resolution?
Mayor and City Council, this is Jennifer Vega-Brown. Table indefinitely will kill it. If you would like to postpone it to a time definite, then you can do that. If you table indefinitely, that will kill it and it won't come back. So there are a couple of things that you can do. At this point, I think that you have options within the procurement code to answer one of the questions that was previously asked. The City Council chose to apply the RFP process to it, and once that RFP process was applied, that's the portion of it that there could be possible violations. You could choose to cancel that RFP subject to Ordinance 24-139, and then you could start without resubmission of applications. You can start to review those applications under a different process if you so choose. You don't have to go through another submission process because you already have the applications. You can apply a different process to it. But just to be very clear, tabling it indefinitely will kill it. Postponing it to a time definite will bring it back.
Thank you, Ms. Vega-Brown. Yes, given that information, I'm in support of either solution, tabling until a time certain under which we can go through the process that it's going to take for us to get the full audit report and go through the appropriate committees for folks to evaluate next steps. And hopefully to Councilor Bencomo's concerns that we don't delay this process much longer than it has to. I think that may seem prudent, and I would love guidance from staff as far as how much time we would need or what the appropriate time might be for us to table to another time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for the rich. I appreciate it. I know that this is a difficult time. I would agree with Councilor Bencomo that we have a lot of folks suffering. This is about relief, pandemic relief, and the more time we wait, the longer it'll take to disperse this funding. So I appreciate that. I think that's very true and accurate, but I also feel that we heard enough that there was concerns about the possibility of not following a process from start to finish, the RFP process that we approved. And so I would like to table it in, to a date certain, and maybe like the last regular council meeting in February. That at least gives us enough time to for Ms. Perea to conclude her investigation. It go to oversight committee, write some recommendations and to staff and to council, and then it would be presented. I think that's plenty of time at this point. I just want to make sure that we have everything that we need, and that we feel that the process was clear, and right now it's still very vague to me, and it's a bit messy, especially for our nonprofits. And I want them to have that opportunity. I heard them loud and clear, and I also heard staff loud and clear. I know they did a lot of work, and I would never question, the work that they've done. I understand how difficult that is, but I'm still concerned, and so that would be my recommendation, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you also, Attorney Vega Brown, for enlightening me on tabling indefinitely, killing it in its entirety, never to come back in any way, shape, or form. Is that correct? So we'd never be able to discuss again the disbursement of the ARPA funds if we tabled indefinitely. And the reason I'm asking is in this context, I'm not an auditor, but I do know that there were a lot of questions that were raised in my mind, and in the process of this meeting last week, that things just weren't quite right. And we did have an admonition, or whatever the word might be, a warning from our internal auditor saying that there was going to be an issue of the city's integrity and transparency. And I think that's the biggest issue we have to face as government. And there can't be a flaw, there can't be any question that every stone was unturned? Well, that everything was looked at in its entirety. So my question to you, Ms. Vega Brown, is if we table to a date certain, as Mayor Pro Tem Gandara has suggested or asked, would we be able to continue it then to a date certain? Because I believe that the work that internal auditor Perea would have to go through would be quite a mountain to climb. Perhaps I'm wrong about that, but it's very time-consuming. I mean, not time, the process has to be looked at so delicately that we can't leave any stone unturned. And we have to make sure that we vote on everything so that we can just sleep at night, so that every nonprofit that applied for it was looked at in an equitable manner. So would we be able to continue it? Say we continued it to the last Monday or whatever in February. And say our internal auditor would say, well, it was just impossible to read or whatever, or feel pressured to come up with something and things haven't been quite finished. Would we be able then to table it again to a date certain? Or can we ask Ms. Perea now how much time she anticipates it will take, or if she doesn't feel that it's foreseeable? I don't think it's foreseeable at this time. Just because, I mean, we had 600 or 700 pages to look at? I didn't look at every single page that everybody else, because if you did, wow, I'm really impressed. But, I mean, it was a notebook this 700 pages. So that's why. And I just don't want to give any appearance of lack of transparency.
Councilor, if I may ask, I know where you're going, but let me just ask Jennifer if I can kind of just clarify it a little bit. So Jennifer, if council was to table a date specific to February 21st, which is our third Monday, if all we do is table it, but not have changed the manner of going from an RFP process to a grant process, it's still not going to be correct, because I'm sure, I'm not 100% positive, but I'm pretty certain that Ms. Perea is going to come and say, you know what, based on RFP, we didn't do it right. Okay, so, but if we were to do it under a grant, then we can do it. And I think that's what I heard EFO or staff saying, we could do that. So would council need to table it, but then also at the same time, I mean, how would we both table it and have staff look at doing it under a grant process instead of a RFP process? That's, I think, is what the question he needs to answer.
My question is that we need a legal opinion from our city attorney definitively saying whether we followed the correct protocol and we abided by our own rules. That's the question. And if there's anything in the ARPA distribution of that money to our city saying you can have your own RFP procedure, fine. But we need we need clarity on whether the RFP rules, because they weren't lifted for everything. See, that's the thing. In some places it was applied, and in some cases it wasn't. So is you is or is you ain't? And that's my question. So is you is? Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, thank you. There are a couple of things. Tabling indefinitely will kill it. If you table it to a time certain, which I believe the last meeting in February is February 22nd, because that Monday is a holiday, the city clerk informs me. So there are a couple of things you can do. You can, in discussion with our internal auditor, I believe that the end of February would be enough time. That would give them at least until mid-January to finish their report. Then it would have to go to Oversight Committee. The Oversight Committee would need 15 days to comment, and then we could publish. After that publication, we would probably, I would recommend having it on the agenda, probably the same agenda of the 22nd, so you would have that report just like you did before, so you would have that information. In the meantime, you could also put another process on the agenda in the event that you determine not to complete the RFP process and to go ahead and cancel it. You could have another process in place and ready to go. That would be a review process, not a submission process. The submissions have already occurred. So you could have that submission process in place and on the agenda for the same meeting date, and then you would have options as to which path you choose to take with all the information from the internal auditor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got a nod from the mayor. So, Ms. Vega-Brown, Attorney Vega-Brown, does that mean that people who would we be restarting the entire process again, given any changes, or even if we don't have any changes, say that they say, yeah, the RFP, using it here and not using it there, that's okay, but then the people who didn't get initially selected, or all of them, are they precluded from reapplying because we're kind of in the middle of the process, but it's a messy process? I mean, what? See, it just opens up a can of worms here.
Mayor and Council, if you choose to cancel the RFP, there's a notification process for all of the entities that submitted an RFP. They're given notice that the cancel has been processed, that has been canceled. You can include all of the applications that you've already received, not the ones that were already filtered out. You can review all of the initial applications that you received under a new process. I don't believe that there's nothing that says you have to go through a whole resubmission process. Once you already have all the applications, you can review all of them if you choose to cancel the RFP.
If we chose to cancel the RFP, what process would we use?
Mayor and Council, that would be your determination.
Huh. So we need something between now and, or at the February meeting, determine that we need, there's just so many other questions.
Councilor Flores, we would probably use the grant process. That's what I was trying to say. There's the RFP and then there's the grant. So I think what I'm hearing is let's say the only difference, if we stay under the RFP, we can't hear testimony from the other applicants. If we go with the grant, then we can. Then they can come here and share with us why they feel that they should have been at least be considered. And if council wants to, okay. If not, well, okay. So I think that's probably the best way to go. So basically is to table it and then bring back the mechanism so that if council chooses to, I'm based on the preliminary, what Viola mentioned, it looks like the RFP process was not followed, because that's what council uses, RFP process. So to stay within the guidelines of that, we're probably not going to have to be able to accept it. So then we just take those applicants, switch it to the grant process, and without having to go, just basically move it over, right? And then we can listen to them if we'd like. If we want to stick with the committee's suggestions, great. And but more importantly, that allows them, the applicants, both who may be getting it and those who didn't make it the first round, to at least discuss with council why they feel they should have got it or why they feel they didn't get it.
But Mr. Mayor, we do have, and yes, that would solve one issue, but then it'd create another issue. And there is a problem here because some of us are in close contact, and we've already been asked by the city attorney's office or Ms. Viola's office, and we still need to make sure that I think the RFP process, in my humble, what do I know? I'm not in that field, but it seems to me it would definitely filter out any conflict of interest between city council and any of those and any of the organizations that applied or may apply, because there are issues there, you see. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, but I personally, and I know we need direction. I think the direction should be to table it to February 22nd. Let staff have that mechanism on our various council, how we have it advertised and such, to be able to give that opportunity for council to use the grant process, application process. Then that way we can hear from the other applicants. Under the old way, we can't hear from them. And if they did talk with council, they're automatically disqualified. So this almost like gives them another chance, theoretically, if we go to the grant process, but we still keep in place all the hard work that staff has done in the past. We just switch it over to the grant process, which gives us a lot more flexibility. Think of it as a policy of the city and an ordinance of the city. The ordinance is pretty strict. We have to follow that. The policy, we still try to follow it, but we can change it if we wanted to.
So how do we overcome any appearance of impropriety or favoritism?
Well, again, by being able for them to have their opportunity to speak to the council. If it's that compelling, if it's that good, keep in mind, staff is going to say, they're going to tell council, you know what, that doesn't fall into the guidelines of ARPA. Okay, and if we agree, then, sorry, John Q. Public, we can't take that because it doesn't fall under the guidelines of ARPA. So they're at least being able to have an open, transparent dialogue with council on this if we go with the grant process, as opposed to the other one, we can't.
I totally understand. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else have any questions?
Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Jeffers.
Jennifer, I think, Mayor.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, Jennifer? Yep.
Mayor and council, just very briefly to follow up on what you just said. Anytime we enter into a grant agreement, it is a contracting agreement, and so those contract terms will include the anti-donation clause. They will include a conflict of interest clause. They are performance contracts. Even though it is a grant process, we still have to go through the contracting process, and all of the rules of ethics still apply to our contracting.
Thank you. That's quite clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Jeffers, just need you to state your name.
Yes. My name is Vincent Jeffers, and I've been saying all along that the grant process you guys have been following, you haven't been following the proper guidelines. I've said that, and I've asked to engage in conversations where you ask clarifying questions. Very clearly, the Community Foundation of Southern New Mexico has broken laws, and you supported them, but because you benefited financially, you didn't do anything about it. Same thing with the Community of Hope, and the same thing with the Community Action Agency. You did not engage in conversation, except you just went right around. Ask me what fraud happened. I'm saying, please do that. The fraud that happened was they used identity theft. That's one of the things they did. Mike McGuire, Dr. Mike McGuire. When you look at what happened with that land and what happened in Hatch, New Mexico, how you guys benefited from that, that's directly, it's illegal. It's unconscionable, but you financially benefited. You did the same thing with the Rio Grande Theater. Mickey Clute, another one with identity theft, where they purchased property after property, had a construction company, and they had subways, none of which was theirs. They didn't pay for it. They didn't say, here's a check, here's cash. They committed fraud. But because they shared the money with the city of Las Cruces, you guys are like, hey, we're cool with that. No problem here. It's not right. Financially, you guys have cashed over $2 billion invested in Las Cruces in southern New Mexico. You guys illegally converted those. Ask about the food processing plant years ago. You asked, oh, this is going to be a good opportunity. We're going to be able to employ people. Yes, some will come across the border, and that's fine. But you didn't have to go into business sending people up to Maryland. Human trafficking. You guys cashed in on that. Right here in Las Cruces, you made money. Here's a group that says, we want to make money with people. And this other group where you stand says, it doesn't matter how we make it, as long as we get it. And you did it. You participated in that. Mike McGuire is an example. Randy McMillan's an example. Look at what happened. You asked for an investment, another investment. The Wells Fargo building was purchased on Main Street. The other Randy McMillan comes in, oh, we can make a deal, we can make a deal. He's going to go through the same process that other people went through. Hey, go over here to the restaurant / whatever it is in Mesilla, and then they're going to push him out like they did the other Randy McMillan. But you guys are going to make money along with the city of Mesilla. So it's like, it's okay. It's all right. And when you have federal funds, and it is a grant, it is handled the same exact way. They're federal funds. You have to use federal acquisition regulations. She stated it. But you didn't do it with the other grants, did you? No, instead you made deals. You made deals of, oh, well, you know what? We can do one home invasion and take care of that problem. And he did. And then he did another home invasion. Same thing with the property, Mr. Kaufman, right across the street from the bar once known as my brother's place and the old county court building. When you guys are facilitating, involved in theft, and you're not even taking any responsibility other than say, well, it's how we do it. It's how we've always done it. And you had Senator Steinberg come in and say, hey, you know what we do. And you laughed about it. You laughed. You shrugged your shoulders like, I ain't going to do nothing about that. It's how we've always done it. Same thing with W. Ron Communities. He said, hey, it's how we've always done it. You're not going to change anything. And it's still wrong. So if you had any clarifying questions you wanted to ask me, ask. Ask any of them. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Jeffers. And I'm going to, of course, use my little disclaimer that Mr. Jeffers comes here about every 2 weeks. We have probably Southern New Mexico's most foremost government watchdog reporter. And if this was all true, it would have been easily disclosed after all this time. But anyways, thank you, Mr. Jeffers, for that. So does anybody else has any comments? Okay, so if we table this to February 22nd, that's all we need to do right now, sounds like. And then staff can bring up other mechanisms. Yeah, is that my understanding? Natalie, you have any comments? If we were to table this to February 22nd, I mean, have you heard enough testimony from council, what it seems like the majority wants to do, that if we want to change the process so that the applicants that was initially identified in the RFP then switches over to the grant process? Of course, as Jennifer mentioned, there are still things that they need to conform to. But nonetheless, is that your understanding as well? You've heard that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Natalie Green for the record. I will review this with both legal and the city manager's office, and then we'll come back. And staff is in agreement to table to the second meeting in February.
Okay, I think I heard you to table to the end of February. So you talked about February 22nd. Okay. Okay, so I'll need a motion and a second.
So moved, Gandara.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gondeta and second by Councilor Flores to table this to our February 22nd City Council meeting. Yes? Okay, it's been moved and second. Christine?
This is on the motion to table Resolution 22-067 to February 22nd, 2022. Councilor Beta Stevie.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, so back to item 8.1, Resolution 22-068. Did we make a motion and a second? I think we did. No? Sorg and Flores? Okay, so we need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second, Gandara.
Motion made by Councilor Bencomo and second by Mayor Pro Tem. So I want to take a moment to thank Councilor Bencomo. I know I joked with you about pulling this off, and I want to apologize. I understand that we do have a member of the Estrada family here. This was something here I know that council had discussed, and we were just going to move forward, but this would be nice. And if that member is here of the Estrada family, if they could raise their hand. Yes, okay. So we've got Anthony Garcia who's going to make a presentation, and then Ms. Estrada, if you want to come forward and we can hear your comments. If you want to make your way down here, that'd be great. So Mr. Anthony Garcia.
Yes, sir.
You've spoken to us before, yes?
No, this will be my first time
First
up
time.
here.
Oh, okay, great. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Mayor,
What department do you work in?
I am Anthony Garcia. I'm an interim for facility management administrator.
Oh, okay.
I'm covering for Mr. Eric Martin.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
Mayor, before he starts, I just wanted to say that now it's freezing in here.
You're freezing.
So
That's nice. And can someone get her a jacket, please?
I have a blanket. It's nice.
I have,
It feels really good.
yeah, it's perfect. See what you got yourself into here, Robert. Anthony, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and City Manager Pili. My name is Anthony Garcia, acting Facility Manager Administrator, and with me is one of the members of the Estrada family. I'm here today to recommend the naming of the stage of the Plaza de las Cruces, a local icon, after the local icon of Robert Estrada, in recognition of all his contributions to the whole Enchilada Fiesta, his commitment to the community, and his desire to helping others. This request meets the spirit and intent of the City Council Strategic Plan, theme number 3, goal number 7, elevate Las Cruces CL-5 to deliver parks and recreation services in collaboration in a collaborative manner that generates community enthusiasm and pride. In addition to City Manager Policy 3.3 that allows City Council to name or rename any city-owned facility, public space, or park. Through Mr. Estrada's contributions to the community, he touched the lives of many in southern New Mexico, and his legacy will continue here in Las Cruces. Sadly, Mr. Estrada passed away on August 18th, 2021, and the downtown plaza would not be what it is today were it not for the citizens like Mr. Estrada and his efforts to continually build community pride in the hearts of everyone he touched. In honor of Mr. Estrada, and after consultation with the family, city staff recommends that the stage located on the south end of the Plaza de las Cruces be named the Robert V. Estrada Pavilion. And thank you for your time. Councilor, here are your options.
All right, thank you, Anthony.
I stand for questions.
Well, we appreciate that. I think that one of the things that I wanted to ask the daughter, or is it the granddaughter, was, did you want us to, Roberto was known as Roberto. Did you want us to put Roberto Estrada or Robert? Yeah, you could put the O. Okay. Okay, I thought so. I'm glad you're here. So let me just see if there's any council comments. Councilor
Mayor,
Bencomo?
I mostly had pulled it because I wanted to hear feedback from staff about talking to the family, but if the family's here, I'd love to hear from them.
You want to come forward, miss? No? Oh, okay. Well, I just want to say your grandfather was one of a kind. He was, I met him when I was just a young man, and he was always so generous. In fact, I still, one time when we were having a fundraiser for me, and he wanted to donate food, I said, I'm going to raise money with this. Are you sure it's okay? Yeah, sure, take whatever you need. It's just incredible. I mean, the guy, your grandfather was just an incredible man, and he put the Las Cruces on the map with that enchilada. I mean, that thing, I'm lucky if I can get the little ones that I can make, I can't imagine that huge one. And it was good, too. But this is where we used to have the enchilada fiesta back in the mid-'80s, downtown, right there, right where that plaza is. And so council thought what a better tribute than to name that pavilion right there, where there's going to be music all the time. There's a lot of fun activities going on, and little kids, as they grow up, they're going to say, "Who's Roberto Estrada?" And there you go, we can tell them. So, did you have something? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you so much for the presentation, and to Mr. Estrada's granddaughter for being here. I met Mr. Estrada many, many years ago. He was a kind and very generous soul. One thing that I remember about him very specifically is I had cousins that lived in that those little apartments, I guess adjacent to the restaurant, and he was very kind, always kind, giving food. He sponsored my cousin when she played basketball, and there's a lot of stories like that about your grandfather. And so what a wonderful tribute to him, I think, identifying the plaza where I know I went along with many other families to the whole enchiladas. So Mayor, I just wanted to say how grateful I am to Roberto and his family, and thank you for being here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Vasquez?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just want to say how much I strongly support this resolution as well. I met Mr. Estrada at many community events probably about 10 years ago. Just about every meeting that community members had, Mr. Estrada was always happy to host and give folks, feed folks, of course, give them coffee. And I was always so humbled that he came out and talked to us and introduced himself. And no matter what side of any issue you were on, Mr. Estrada would welcome you into his restaurant and with open arms. So I think it's very fitting to have his name on our plaza. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Sorg?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I concur with the comments made so far. I had a couple of encounters with Roberto, and everything that's been said is true. I was part of a team that was making burritos at the Holy Cross Church for Knights of Columbus, and we got our tortillas from Roberto, the best tortillas in town, right? And
they don't use preservatives, by the way.
Say again?
They don't use preservatives, by the way. That's why they taste so good.
Anyway, so yeah, he provided the tortillas for the burritos we made. And don't forget, he was the one that provided lunch up at the Senate, legislature in Santa Fe each year when we did it for our day there in the legislature. So I was awesome, and the people raved about his food that he provided there. Everybody loves it. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Sorg, you forgot to mention, that's why we were so successful in getting our legislators, not just local, but statewide, because it's hard to catch them at the legislature. But when your grandfather would bring his truck and bring all that food, all these senators and reps, they came, and of course, we wouldn't be able to pass it out until they at least heard our spiel. But nonetheless, it worked out pretty good.
How true, how true.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilor?
Do we have to make an amendment for the O, or is that not
I
necessary?
don't think so.
Okay.
No. Do you want to make amendment with it? You want to try it? Yeah, well, you can put it on, it goes down on record in history that you changed it to O.
Yes, absolutely. Mayor, I'd like to amend the resolution to, make a motion to amend the resolution to make sure it says Roberto V. Estrada Pavilion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Councilor Beta-Stuvey, second. Did Councilor Bencomo give you that jacket to wear for, or are you really cold?
I brought it down because I was prepared. I've been cold every single time.
Okay, this was moved and second by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Beta-Stuvey to add the letter O to the resolution. So this is an amendment. Christine.
This is on the motion to amend Resolution 22-068 to add the letter O to Robert. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Soar?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Now we're back on the main motion. If there's nothing further, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-068 as amended. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Soar?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, well, congratulations, and again, thank you very much for allowing us to do this. Yeah.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, so now we're going to move to item 10.1, Resolution 22-069.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Vasquez. And Mr. William Blanchard will be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. William Blanchard, Budget Analyst. The resolution before you is to accept the various budget adjustments for December fiscal year 2022. These budget adjustments contain no new programs or policy initiatives. They are focused on compliance and alignment. With me today, as always, I have the Public Works Director, Mr. David Cedillo, who will discuss changes to the CIP, and we have representatives here to answer any questions. As always, we strive to apply best practice. The amounts we are requesting today are in the column with the yellow heading, and we are letting you know what kind of adjustment we are making. R is for revenue, E for expense, and T is for transfer. Parks and Recreation is increasing expense $408,500 in the general fund for the Burn Lake picnic shelters, the Butterfield ADA project, and for tree care and removal. Fire is increasing revenue and expense $204,106 in the fire fund for state fire marshal approved fire fund carryovers. Public Works is decreasing revenue and expense $19,688 in the Capital Grants Fund to adjust the Aquatic Center solar projects to actuals. And now I will turn it over to Mr. David Cedillo to discuss the CIP.
Thank you, Will. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. David Cedillo, Public Works Director, and I'll be going over the CIP amendments with you this afternoon. Starting off, we have Magdalena Drive storm repair. We are allocating funds for repair that happened this earlier in the year due to the large storm. Those funds are being reallocated from the North Fork, Las Cruces Arroyo, Lomar, and Van Patten Avenue, which are down below in the list. Now, these funds are being reallocated because those two projects have come to completion and those funds are available. Next, we have the Amador Hotel. This is an amendment from Economic Development. We are realigning the budget to reflect the TID board approval that happened back in July this year. If you notice further down the line, that also includes the removal of the business incubator that was approved at the same meeting. This is just to rectify and update the CIP. Lastly, here we have the street lighting and traffic signal program. We are amending that budget to include the street lighting share as part of the voluntary assessment district. This is for specifically the project on Sonoma Ranch Boulevard, miles 0 and 1. That project goes from Sierra Ventana up to Peachtree Hills. Next, as Mr. Blanchard has gone over, these are some of the amendments from Parks and Rec for the budget adjustments on the CIP. We do have the Burn Lake Esslinger Park improvements, the Butterfield ADA improvements, adjusting budget for those. And also, lastly, the budget to actuals for the Aquatic Center solar. At this time, both Mr. Blanchard and I are available for any questions, along with other staff from Parks and Rec and Economic Development.
Thanks, David. Questions? Councilor Bencomo?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks so much, gentlemen. I just wanted to say thank you to Parks and Rec staff on the Burn Lake updates. I wish we had pictures to show you all, but if you haven't been to Burn Lake in a while and you haven't seen the old picnic structures, to put it frankly, they're gross. So I'm very excited that Parks and Rec staff is working with me to revamp those as we get ready for a new dog park and new investments in Burn Lake that are very much needed. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Okay, good. Councilor Sword?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thanks. So David, in the Parks and Rec 1,000 projects there, you have tree care and removal. Is that to remove dead trees? Do you know?
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, I do not know, but I know that there's a representative from Parks and Rec, and I believe we have Kathy Matthews who will be able to answer that question for you.
Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Matthews, landscape architect with Parks and Recreation. Yes, the tree care and removal is for removing some trees and pruning others so that they become more safe and have a chance to continue a healthy life.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, anybody else? Members of the public? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-069. Councilor Betastuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 10.2, Resolution 22-070.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Vasquez. And Sherelle de la Cruz will be presenting.
Greetings, Mayor, City Council members, Sherelle de la Cruz, Budget Analyst. The resolution is to accept one private, one state, and one federal grant. The Quality of Life Department has been awarded 3 grants this month. The first for $21,000 in federal funding from the Institute of Museum and Library Services, IMLS. These funds will support the library in implementing a comprehensive suite of free learning opportunities, including language courses, basic education, and civic test service for both English and Spanish-speaking community members in Las Cruces and the Doñana County. The match requirement of $23,286 is already budgeted. The second award is the Dollar-Wise Innovation Grant for $10,000, which will be utilized to provide laptops and internet access through providers or hotspots to at-risk youth and youth in Parks and Rec youth programs who do not have a laptop at home for school purposes, and to provide technology training to their parents. And lastly, Quality of Life has been granted FY22 state grants and aid to public libraries operating funds of $19,426. These funds will be utilized to support ongoing costs of library operations and services, including library collections, library staff salaries, library staff professional development, library equipment, and other operational expenses associated with providing basic library services. And that shall do it for this month. Here are your council options. I will stand for questions along with Madeline Shea from Grants, and we also have representatives from the departments here available for questions.
Thanks, Cheryl. Can you go back to the last slide, please?
Yes.
I would be remiss if I didn't thank, and I know she's not here, my policy analyst, Carolyn Horner. She actually applied for that and got that grant from the U.S. Conference of Mayors. So I just want to tell you that if she's watching, I'll let her know that I gave her kudos for that. So that's all I wanted to say. Anybody have any questions about members of the public? Seeing none, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-070. Councilor Beda-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next one is 10.3, Resolution 22-071. Need a motion, a second, please?
Move to approve.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores and Madeline Shea. We'll be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council. Madeline Shea, Grants and Contracts Compliance Specialist with the Grants Administration Office. Today, I am bringing before you a resolution to authorize the city to submit a grant application and approve the associated cash match commitment for the Rural Air Service funding opportunity. I will begin with a high-level overview of the grant opportunity itself. During the 2021 New Mexico State Legislative Session, the Rural Air Service Enhancement Act was passed to promote air service to connect New Mexico communities, particularly where air service does not already exist. The New Mexico Department of Transportation Aviation Division released a request for proposals from local communities to apply for funding associated with the act during the 2021 funding cycle in November of this year. There is a total of $9 million available statewide for this program. During the work session on July 26, 2021, the City Council determined that air service at the Las Cruces International Airport should be pursued. Through the Rural Air Service Enhancement RFP, the Las Cruces International Airport is therefore proposing to establish interstate air service to and from Las Cruces to connect Las Cruces to other New Mexico communities, beginning with Albuquerque. The airport currently has a request for proposals in process to identify an air service provider for the project. The airport's RFP is scheduled to be finalized in early January. Through the Rural Air Service Enhancement RFP, the Las Cruces International Airport is proposing to establish interstate air service to connect New Mexico communities. Funding will also be set aside to develop, I think I'm behind one, sorry about that. Funding will also be set aside to develop and implement a marketing plan. The airport has currently launched the RFP and will identify a provider soon in the next month or so. To sum up, the application is due January 31st, 2022. For a 2-year funding period, the Las Cruces International Airport is requesting the maximum amount of funding for its eligibility level. This is $3.5 million over a 2-year period, or $1.75 million annually. There's a 10% match requirement. which has been identified through the general fund's hold harmless grant account. The 10% match amount of $350,000 combined with the proposed NMDOT share brings the total project request to $3.85 million. This concludes the presentation, and I am happy to field your questions and have Andy Hume, Airport Administrator, here as well.
Thanks, Madeline. Questions? Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, just have a couple of process questions here. So the 3.5 million grant proposal, is that contingent on the city successfully acquiring a provider through the RFP process?
Yes, I believe so. I'll let Andy weigh in. Councilor Vasquez, yes, the air service provider, the funding opportunity is really to support expansion of air service. So we would need an air service provider to do so. But I'll let Andy provide additional context.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madeline. Andy Hume, Airport Administrator. Councilor Vasquez, that's correct. There's a couple of stages here that would have an impact on that total dollar amount. The first is finding a provider who is willing to come in and provide the service for us. We have a pretty good idea that we'll have some nibbles on the fishing line. And then the other part is the level of interest from the rest of the state in this program. So NMDOT may decide that $9 million needs to get split many other ways, so that may impact the total amount award that we would be getting, and then thereby impact the match as well. So,
thank you. So you're saying the city of Las Cruces has to lobby NMDOT?
Yes, sir. We do, and we are.
Okay, perfect. That's great. So you say you're fairly confident we'll be able to actually get a provider in the next several weeks or months based on the RFP process that's ongoing, or how long might that take?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Councilor Vasquez, the RFP closes next Tuesday.
Okay.
And so we will know right after that, close of business, how many proposals we received. We do have consultants, and they have been reached out to by providers who are interested in coming here. So they still got to go through the RFP process. They have to go through the procurement process, but there is interest in providing service here.
Great. Thank you so much, Andy. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Anyone else? So, Andy, let me ask you a couple questions, or Madeline. So, where would be, there's a couple, obviously, I would think that the service would go to Albuquerque and on to Santa Fe, or just Albuquerque?
Mr. Mayor, first and foremost to Albuquerque. That's really where we see a lot of the back and forth trips happening on I-25, and that would really be where the business opportunities are. Certainly, we would anticipate that during the legislative session, adding a leg to Santa Fe would be really critical as far as being able for us to have access to the legislature and to the roundhouse.
Anything to the east of us, like to Roswell or Hobbs, anything?
Mr. Chair, it kind of depends on where the demand shows. Right now, the demand is definitely to Albuquerque. We addressed that in our survey that we did back in phase 1. There could be interest to Roswell or Carlsbad or other places like that, but we would want to see where that demand leads us.
How do we gauge that demand? And let me tell you why, is I know that American Airlines flies into Roswell and then they'll fly into El Paso. And you would think that our regional service should be cheaper and quicker and easier to get a hold of than that. And they can fly here to Las Cruces, and if they need to drive to El Paso, whatever. But I was just curious, how do we gauge that demand? Do they do surveys, or how do you find out whether or not the demand is there?
Sure. Mr. Chair, I think there's a couple of ways. One is surveying, and once you have once you've addressed the number one issue, then the number 2 or 3 destinations then pop up after that. Number 2 is certainly Santa Fe, and then we would see where we go from there. The second is data. Are we getting phone calls for people asking for that information? What are the trips via automobile or other means between Las Cruces and Roswell, for instance? What do those trips look like? And so that's information that we can work with the state DOT to gather. So it's really based on both that we try to see patterns of demand.
Okay, great. And if there's still no questions, let me ask you something a little bit. Recently, the Senator's office I think just Senator's office announced that there was an $18 million grant or amount that was given for infrastructure, and Las Cruces received is to receive $295,000. I guess that's just for infrastructure only, and looks like Albuquerque Airport received $7.6 million. So there's that disparity again. It's hard for us to grow if we can't at least get 1/6 of what Albuquerque gets, but can you talk a little bit about what that money's for?
Sure, Mr. Chair. First of all, that money is part of the infrastructure bill that was signed back on December 8th. And so a lot of the rulemaking is brand new. So working with Madeline and the grants office, we're going to need to make sure that we read the fine print, so to speak, so that we know exactly what it can be used for. Predominantly, it's going to be infrastructure needs. And then we would need to identify, based on our airport CIP and all of the budgeting processes and stuff that we have, to target our priorities with that. As far as the disparity goes, the disparity, frankly, is based on emplanements. Albuquerque is a small hub airport, and so they have, I think they have in the neighborhood of 1.7 million emplanements a year. And so when we start getting passenger air service, that threshold, and we've talked about it a couple of times, I think, 10,000, that's the magic number. Right now, we are at the minimum level of entitlement. Once we hit 10,000 emplanements, we automatically go up to $1 million. So there's certain thresholds that the FAA has that if we meet those and we build the operations at the airport, we'll see increasing in funding as well.
I'm sorry, what did you call it, 10,000 what?
10,000 emplanements.
Emplanements, okay. And this question's for Ifo. Ifo, remember when we met with the garrison commander from Fort Bliss, and he was mentioning how they needed to be able to work with us to bring in, they could probably provide a lot more air travel through maybe Southwest or American Airlines. Have you had any follow-up conversations with them, and are they working with the Las Cruces Airport?
Mr. Mayor, I have not had any follow-up with them. I know we've had conversations about, with our consultants, letting them know that was something that they could look into as they were looking at potential demand, but I'm not sure if the consultants have had any input on that, but okay. I have not had any conversations with them.
I wonder if that's something Andy could follow up on, because basically, Andy, what the garrison commander was saying is because Fort Bliss is such a major hub, that as many airplanes as they have flying in El Paso, they still can't, they have more people that come there for training. And so he had mentioned to Ifo and I that Southwest Airlines or even American Airlines is willing, if they can provide them more air travel using our airport, and they can just drive to El Paso. And they felt that would be, because big airlines like them, they want volume, and they feel that they have enough leftover volume without hurting El Paso to give it to us to help us launch our travel. So if Ifo calls you on that, that's what it's about.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councilor Betestubi, you have your light on?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Andy. I was going to save it for my council comments, but it seems very pertinent to the conversation here. I wanted to thank Councilor Flores for her work with the Airport Advisory Committee and talking with her afterwards. I was able to go up with Andy to Santa Fe on December 7th, where we took a meeting with members of NMDOT, the executive director, members of the aviation division, and members of the legislative finance division as well. updating them on all the work that the city has done with the airport and our continued investments, so that we're well in their minds as they're allocating funds earlier. So I really appreciate all the expert testimony that Andy was able to give during these meetings.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Thank you for those efforts as well. Okay, if there's nothing further, any members of the public have any comments? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-071. Councilor Beta Stevie?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sork?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 10.4, Resolution 22-072.
Move to approve.
Second, Gandara.
Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. And Natalie, she's not going to make the presentation, so we have in her place,
Jan Lauterbach.
That's you, Jan? Oh, hi. New glasses. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Jan Lauterbach. I'm with the Economic Development Department. I am filling in for Natalie Green today. Hopefully I do as good a job as she would do on this. The resolution before you is for an allocation of city funding for a low-income housing tax credit, multifamily affordable housing development project. This project and what we're requesting is for a $2.4 million loan, a residual receipts-free loan at 3% interest. This loan would be subject to the project and applicant receiving low-income housing tax credit award from the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority, and also the city's qualified grantee certification process. This additional city funding for this project strengthens the low-income housing or LIHTC tax credit application and provides a local contribution, which increases the points award with the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority. If the project is awarded the low-income housing tax credits and receives a qualified grantee certification, we will come back to council with a future resolution to make a budget adjustment and the final loan agreement. The project developer in this for this project is Chelsea Investment Corporation. They'll be the owner-developer in partnership with CC Housing, which is Catholic Charities Housing, Inc., which is their nonprofit partner. Currently, we're looking at approximately 70 units for this project, 31 bedroom, 22 bedroom, and 23 bedroom. The total development cost for this project is $16.98 million, targeting households in between 30% and 60% of area median income. If awarded these tax credit funding and the city's loan, we're looking at a construction beginning date of approximately December 2022, completing the project a year later. Features with the project will be on-site management, a community room with a lounge, laundry facilities, community kitchen, computer lab, and outdoor recreation space. Here's a vicinity map of the property we're talking about up on Walnut, across from, kind of catty corner from the skate park. This land is also located in a brownfield area. It is currently owned by the Salvation Army, with Chelsea having options to purchase it.
Where's the buffet at? So I can see where this is. I can't place this.
The right, I'm thinking the buffet is going to be right in here, if I'm correct. If not, it's, buffet, I think this is a buffet up here, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay. All right, that's good.
Right in here.
Now I know where it's at. Okay.
Sorry, I was off a block.
No, that's...
So it's in a great location, close to shopping, close to transit, close to all the amenities we have with the Mearshite, with the skate park, everything going there. Here's a little outline, bigger picture for everybody. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Real quick before I ask council, so is this money we're going to use from our Telshore Fund to lend them, or?
Yes, it will be ultimately up to council. We can look at Telshore funds or general fund.
Okay, well, I like the Telshore Fund because 3% is better, and, because I always get a little worried with where we have it right now, and we've been pretty fortunate on that, but that's up to council. Councilor Vasquez?
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Jen. This is a terrific project. I love being able to utilize some of these vacant lots for this, especially around the Mearshite Sports Complex. That'll be a great place for families and kids. My question, and this is maybe for IFO, but we had identified a potential lot for the Boys and Girls Club that was on Walnut. I think it was next to the old Putt-Putt. I believe it's another city-owned property. This isn't the same property, is that right, IFO? This is a different city-owned property.
I don't believe so, Councilor. I believe this has been in the works for some time. So, but I don't know if there's anyone from staff that can verify that, but I'm almost certain this is in the same property.
Mr. Mayor, Natalie Green, for the record, this is not owned by the city of Las Cruces. As Jan mentioned, it's owned by the Salvation Army, so not the property identified for the Boys and Girls Club.
Okay, for the record, that was Natalie Green on the telephone.
Okay, terrific. Thank you so much, Natalie. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jan, Ms. Lauterbach. So the city doesn't own this property?
That's correct.
Who owns it?
Currently Salvation Army.
Oh, the Salvation Army.
Mayor and Councilor Flores, currently the Salvation Army owns it.
Oh, yeah, that's the part that escaped me. Because I said, why don't we buy that property, the city, so that we can have, we can have maybe not afford. So under the housing that's proposed there, Jan, is that affordable housing as in, would it be Title VIII housing? No? Or what exactly is affordable housing? If you could just briefly.
Sure, Mayor and Councilor Flores, this is not Section 8 housing. It is affordable housing. It will target households with incomes between 30% and 60% of the area median income. If Section 8 voucher holders elect to rent there, they would be accepted there.
I see, but it isn't targeting Title VIII necessarily because they just might be edged out of there in terms of the median income.
Mayor and Councilor Flores, any Section 8 holder would be allowed to rent there, but they are not actively seeking Section 8 holders. They will target the tenants to be 30% and 60%.
Okay, and what would that be? Do you know offhand?
I don't have the figure in front of me. I apologize.
Okay.
I can get it to you.
Because I think that when we look at affordable, or we think about the affordable housing, we think, oh, that's, quote, low income, unquote. And low income is relative, right? I mean, someone making maybe $200,000 sounds like that's a lot of money to me. But that person wouldn't be able to afford a house in certain parts of this city and certainly not in other cities in the U.S. So that's the part that always, I think, is good for the public to know.
Right, Mayor and Councilor Flores, with the low-income housing tax credits, they are obligated to serve certain populations, and that being 60% or below area median income.
But you don't know offhand what that is there?
No, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Okay. It'd be helpful to have that kind of information when we're hearing this because especially Mayor Pro Tem Gandara and the chair of the Housing Committee, Councilor Bencomo, and I sit on the committee. And so it's good to know exactly what kind of housing, what kind of attainable housing we have throughout the city.
So Mayor and Councilor Flores, with Natalie in my pocket, she has texted me the figure of $32,780.
Would be the median income,
would be the 60% figure.
60%, the 60% of the median. And so people earning more than that wouldn't qualify.
Mayor and Councilor Flores, that's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you for your answers, Jan. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for your presentation, and Natalie on the call. So it's owned, the land is owned by Salvation Army. Has there been discussions with Catholic Charities to purchase that, or at least discussions with Salvation Army that this is happening and everybody is in agreement to that, correct?
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Gondeta, that is correct. Chelsea Development and Catholic Charities currently have a 2-year option to purchase the property. Depending upon the tax credit award, if, say, they don't get the tax credit award this year, they can still purchase it next year.
Okay, and so there shouldn't be any issue with Salvation Army moving forward?
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Gondeta, no, ma'am.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Okay, anybody else? So I've got a quick question, and I saw this gentleman. Are you with, can you come forward, please?
Mayor and Councilors, this is Cesar Morenco.
Can you talk into the mic, please?
I am
And I'm sorry, can you state your name, even though she mentioned?
Cesar Marenco, and I live here in Las Cruces, and I am a consultant for Chelsea Investments. And what I was going to say was, I am here with Amy Bennett. She does work for Chelsea, and we are both Las Cruces residents. And what I was going to say, Mayor, council members, Councilor Flores, so the low-income housing tax credit is the primary way in which affordable multifamily housing is built in the United States. So we, as Jan said, we do have to accept persons that do have Section 8, but it's, if you don't have Section 8, it's really modeled for persons that are earning lower incomes, that are either at minimum wage or a little bit higher than that. So that 60% AMI she gave you, that's the high, that's the limit, but it goes down to 30, okay? And so that income limit is much less. Were there any other questions?
Actually, what I was going to do was ask Councilor Vasquez. I know that this is your district. Yes, Councilor? So one of the things, sir, is we, of course, I'm often reminded when Councilor Beta-Stuvi and Councilor Bencomo first took office, they were met with a public hearing that time. And so what I'm trying to do is think ahead here is, and I support this as well, but I think the new Councilor Graham, is that who? I would like to know your opinion if, and I just verified with the city attorney, if the council was to place, I think it's important that they put in here in the wording that there be a buffer between the residents on the east side of your property, even if it's a buffer of trees, just something, because that way the people can't say, well, they're always looking at my yard or vice versa, and the trees do add to reducing any noise or, it's just good practice to have a buffer a lot of times when you're putting in development, especially if it's multifamily, because, it can get a little bit, there could be, children having fun and playing football or whatever it may be the case. And so residents, they haven't had any property there. They haven't had any neighbors there for a long time, and they're going to say, oh my goodness, and they're going to immediately descend on Councilor Graham and try to, say something. So would you be amenable to have some type of a buffer there on the east side of the property?
Mayor and council members, of course. I think we're still we have the basics of what the project is going to look like, but I think we're still talking about the design with the city, so of course.
Okay, so we'll just put that into the record, if that's okay with council, that be identified, and when that time comes, that I just want Councilor Graham to know that we didn't forget about her, because that's going to be her district. So you're good with that, Councilor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. Okay, anybody else? No? How about members of the public? Okay, seeing none, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-072. Councilor Bettis-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 10.5, Resolution 22-073.
Move to approve.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, seconded by Councilor Flores, and Donnie Procise, that's right, we'll be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councilors, and members of city staff. Donnie Procise, contract analyst for the Financial Services Department's purchasing program. Before you today is a resolution for construction of the East Mesa Public Recreation Complex as part of the GO Bond program. The 2018 GO Bond program included the construction of the East Mesa Public Recreation Complex, which will be located northeast of the East Mesa Public Safety Complex, which is located at 550 North Sonoma Ranch Boulevard. And this project is budgeted in the fiscal year 22 budget. Our request for proposals 20-21-113 was issued May 7th of 2021 and closed on June 17th, 2021. We solicited proposals from 184 vendors, and we received 2 proposals. The Selection Advisory Committee evaluated those proposals and is recommending award to Morrow Enterprises Incorporated of Las Cruces. The total contract amount is not to exceed $6,001,761 plus New Mexico gross receipts tax, though ARPA funding may be added to the project at a later time. The estimated completion date is 240 working days after the notice to proceed is issued. And with that, those are your council options, and I and Public Works staff are available for questions.
All right, thank you, Donnie. Questions from council? Councilor Bencomo?
Yes, can you elaborate on the future ARPA funding to be used?
I'll defer to Tony Trevino on that part, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo. If you recall, the first tranche of the ARPA funding, the GO bond was included for the completion of the GO bond projects with the sudden rise of construction costs and labor costs for all the projects. So there was a bucket of money set aside for the GO bond projects, and that is what we're working on right now to kind of get that going. But we just wanted to get this, since this was already squared away with our value engineering, and get this project going so we don't delay the project any longer.
Thank you for the reminder, Tony. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Sorg?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Tony. Has there been a plan or design for this work? Has that been done yet, or is that part of this particular contract?
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, this is actually a huge milestone for Public Works on this project. This is the last GO bond project going into construction. It's already been designed, already been negotiated, so this is the last one going into construction.
Yeah, okay. I was wondering what it was looking like, but that's all right. You don't need to show it today. Thank you. Bye.
Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question about the RFP process. How many applicants were there for this particular project? Might be a question for Donnie, perhaps.
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, since I was part of the SAC committee on this, I can help answer that. We had 2 respondents to the proposal. We did have quite a bit that looked at the construction drawing, but only 2 proposed on the project. We negotiated with the lowest, or the highest awarded contractor. We couldn't come to an agreement on the contract, so Morrow Enterprises was the second highest scoring proposer, and we were able to negotiate a contract price.
Thank you, Tony. And is it typical to only have 2 applicants for a $6 million project like this?
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, it's hard to say right now at this time. Sometimes we get a lot of contractors and sometimes none. It just depends on what they have. And some roadway and vertical construction is different at this time just due to the amount of work out there.
Thank you. And is Morrow Enterprises, that's a local business? Is that correct?
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, yes, they are.
Okay. Would you know how much, an estimate of how many contracts they get from the city for Parks and Rec? are they a frequent contractor with the city?
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, for Parks and Rec, I am not aware of any, but for Public Works, they do get quite a bit of, some projects based on our lowest bid process for construction projects, where it goes out to not RFP, it goes up to lowest bid, gets advertised, and several contractors bid, and it's lowest bid that wins the award.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I think, for these bond projects, I would love to have the ability for staff to always choose from a wide variety of different developers that have expertise in park spaces like this. And so I won't comment much more than that, other than just wanted to figure out if there was a wider range of applicants. But I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Members of the public? Okay, seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-073. Councilor Bettis-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sork?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. All right, 10.6, Resolution 22-074.
Move to approve.
Second?
Motion made by Councilor Sork, second by Councilor Bencomo. Lisa LaRocque is going to be presenting, and sorry, I know you were presenting the other day, and I didn't get your name.
Mayor, Council, Jenny Hernandez, Sustainability Specialist.
Thank you.
It's always awkward to adjust this because I'm so small. Okay. Mayor and Council, today I will be going over the sustainable and beneficial electrification for new construction in municipal-owned buildings. And if you recall, this is the resolution that we initially brought forward in a working session to discuss it. And so we'll just be going over it again. In this presentation, I will be addressing what is sustainable and beneficial electrification, the supporting policies that currently exist to support beneficial electrification, how it works, the challenges, the direct and indirect benefits, and then the contents of the proposed resolution itself. And so if you recall from our working session, we had initially sustainable and decarbonization. And you'll notice here that it is now sustainable and beneficial electrification. And the reason for that, as this evolved, there are many different ways to say beneficial electrification. I know net zero was previously used, and then we had decarbonization. And so we decided that it would be best to go with a name that is easier to understand and more friendly. And so we went ahead with beneficial electrification. And so what exactly does that mean? It means our goal is to have an all-electric building and to achieve sustainable buildings in general. And so this is the path here that you see to get us there. And so it starts with electrification, meaning that the building is all electric, and then that it includes water conservation designs. And I'd like to point out that Ms. Rhonda Diaz helped collaborate with us to put together the water conservation piece, and in the resolution that is specifically in Exhibit A. And so once these two things are achieved, our greenhouse gas emissions, specifically for electricity, will start to decrease, especially as the grid starts to get cleaner. And so as that electric grid starts to get cleaner, we'll be able to incorporate solar to really give us a fossil fuel-free building. And that'll get us to our target of sustainable buildings. And the beneficial proportion of it is that it not only benefits the planet, but also our community in terms of resilience, equity, and health. And so these are supporting policies that already exist that can help us achieve beneficial electrification. And the first one is in our Elevate Comp Plan. We have a policy 8.1 that encourages green building technologies. And then there are 2 action items, one that strives for LEED certification in all our city buildings, and then 8.32 to develop energy transition roadmap. And other strategies that support this is the strategic plan, specifically theme 3, which basically says to achieve the goals included in the climate action plan. And specifically under our climate action plan, these 2 goals help in terms of building energy sector strategies and then building net zero energy in municipal buildings. And so again, beneficial electrification will help achieve some of these goals in these plans. And so what do we mean by sustainable and beneficial electrification? What does that look like? What does that encompass inside a building? And so how it works is there's that water conservation technique piece, and then it means using familiar technologies in new ways. So we're already familiar with some of these technologies, but we're just using them in a different way. So for example, the second bulletin point is switching HVAC to heat pumps. And this is an existing technology, but we're just using it in a different way. When you think of how a refrigerator works, it pulls the heat from the food and then redirects that heat outside so that the fridge stays cool. And so that's exactly what a heat pump does. So again, it's technology we're already familiar with, but we're just using it in different ways. And so the other components are taking a holistic approach, which means that we take into consideration the orientation and envelope of the building when we're designing it, and we're switching gas water heaters to electric heat pumps, and then offsetting all of these components with renewable energy to make sure that we're able to maximize the renewable energy that we do put on the building. And so how are all of these components put into practice? So the International Energy Conservation Codes, or also known as the IECC, are the standard codes for buildings that are commonly adopted everywhere. And so all we've done is we've taken what the state of New Mexico currently uses, the 2018 version, and what we've done is we've gotten sections of the 2021, and we've just modified it into the current 2018 standards. And the specific things that we pulled from the 2021 are all of the things listed under how it works. So the 2018 version is missing some of those components, so we've just pulled them from the 2021 and put them into the 2018. So again, just to reassure you, we're not making up these codes, we're not reinventing the wheel, we're using things that currently exist and that are adopted by many other cities. And so it's also practice in terms of new federal policies and grants that incentivize beneficial electrification. And so we're hoping that new funding streams come down from the federal government to help incentivize some of these projects. I think there's recognition that beneficial electrification is the transition and way that we're going. And so these policies really help to incentivize that transition. And from that, many other cities have similar resolutions and ordinances. So for example, Denver and Boulder have similar all electrification, either ordinances or resolutions. With that being said, there are challenges as this transition occurs. And so this is a graph, it's called the diffusion of innovation graph, and it basically shows the different stages or different perspectives of people when a new innovation/technology is introduced. And so council obviously realizes and knows that electrification is a big component to climate change, right? And so it's our jobs as staff to create a bridge over that chasm, which is where that shark is, to really make sure that, we come together as a team and make sure that this resolution is put into place. And so with that being said, there are also many benefits and indirect benefits. And I'll also mention that by council adopting this resolution, they are definitely leading by example. And I'd like to point out that if the resolution gets adopted, it will be the first all-electric resolution in the state of New Mexico. So direct benefits and indirect benefits. Some of the direct benefits are that in new construction, the maintenance is simpler with beneficial electrification. And in terms of our local economy, it supports local jobs and keeps energy-related economic development and investments local. And this piece really talks about creating that robust workforce for the needs of beneficial electrification. And then the life cycle cost. This really has to do with, we acknowledge that the upfront cost for beneficial electrification is much more expensive. However, the systems that we would be adopting are 4 times more efficient than the current systems that we use. And over its lifespan of 15 years, it's actually cheaper than natural gas. And that's under the assumption that natural gas rates remain the same. Now, if gas rates increase, it'll only mean that beneficial electrification is actually more affordable. And so the indirect benefits are that some of these benefits don't get monetized often, but they're just as important, if not more so important, with beneficial electrification. And that's that it creates resiliency, specifically in our community for extreme weather events. And in terms of climate, it contributes to really reaching our goal to reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. And health, it addresses the disparities felt by the frontline communities. And this health component obviously is not very relatable to our resolution that we're discussing since it's only in city-owned. But however, again, it's an opportunity where the city can lead by example in terms of thinking fortuitously about the health of our community. And so what are the actual components within the resolution is that all new construction that is owned or developed by the city is designed through a holistic approach. And again, that just means that we're making sure when we design the building, we keep in mind the envelope, the orientation of the building, make sure that we're maximizing those things so that when we put renewable energy on it, that we're getting the best use out of it. And that buildings greater than 1,500 square feet achieve a minimum rating of LEED, and that we adopt the modified versions of the International Energy Conservation Code, which if you think back to that slide again, we currently use the 2018, and what we've done is just picked some of the elements from the 2021 and added to our 2018 one. The other components of this resolution are that sustainability and the housing and neighborhood services will work with affordable housing organizations to accelerate the adoption of electrification, specifically in low to moderate income development. And that the requirements that we just went over are included in the RFP when constructing new buildings for the city, and that building cost estimates should consider available rebates and tax credits. Again, that component of how it's practiced, hopefully we see federal funding, and there are currently, grants that do exist, and so this is just saying that we utilize some of those resources that already exist. And so the path forward, we hope to adopt the resolution in December, and then staff is currently working up until April to plan a training and expo. And this really goes back to that graph, the diffusion of innovation graph in that chasm, right? This is our effort to build a bridge over that, and we hope that this training and expo will really address and guide staff and even the construction industry to really get ready for this transition. And then May 13th through the 14th will be the actual training. And that, again, training is focused on, there's going to be 2 components. The training is specifically for staff in the construction industry, and we will walk them through policies, finances, everything that has to do with beneficial electrification and understanding it and the technologies. And the expo portion is going to be open to our community so they can as well know about the technologies that exist with beneficial electrification. And we hope that that really prepares everyone for the electric-ready ordinance that we hope to bring in June. And with that being said, we'll be happy to address any questions.
Thanks, Jenny. If I remember correctly, isn't our City Hall Silver LEED certified? Yeah, it
Yes.
is, yeah. Good. Councilor Sword.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Janice?
Jenny.
Jen? Jenny?
Jenny.
It's the mic. Yeah. Okay, Jenny, thank you so much for that presentation. I think we'll find that this whole electrification will end up saving the city quite a bit of money. It's an investment in the future. It is a good thing for us to stop burning fossil fuels in our buildings. As it was mentioned earlier today, 40% of our greenhouse gases come from buildings in the city here. And so this is an important part to begin to lower that greenhouse gas production. So the upfront cost is not that much more expensive. I think we'll find that the little bit more expensive it is, we'll be saving a lot of the money in maintenance and operation in the future. And far as the private sector, this isn't dealing with that, I know, but I just want to make a statement that as far as the private sector and when you're talking about converting or even building new buildings, we have a decarbonization rider on our utility bills, and which will be used to help offset the costs of converting to electric for our private citizens. So, Mr. Mayor, I think this is an excellent piece of legislation, and I wholly support it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Hernandez, Jenny Hernandez. Jenny. Thank you so much. So I have the same or similar, well, his was a comment, mine is a concern, insofar as going for future development, private building. Do you, I would really, and you're probably already doing this, hopefully, getting the word out somehow to the public, how wonderful this is going to be in terms of saving lives, saving the planet, saving a lot on your bills. Are we moving in that direction, and how do we do it? So that's my question, if you are playing a part in that, or just...
Excuse me, if I may just clarify something, Councilor Flores, this isn't for the public. This
I
is
know.
Oh, okay.
That's my question. I'm sorry. My question is there any movement insofar as going for private holders?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, yes. We are, if you'll look at this timeline, we hope to take it out into the private sector in June with an all-electric ready ordinance. And to your question specifically, we're working on those efforts. We hope that the planning and the training and the expo is really going to be the selling point to get these people on board. We have already introduced the idea several times in the Transportation Sustainability, PRC, which constitutes some of the building sector. And so we've also had discussion with them in terms of what the rebates look like and financial components to it. So they are interested in, they are aware that it's coming. But we really hope that the training and expo is going to be the main driver in terms of getting the private sector ready for this.
Thank you for understanding my question, and thank you very much for your answer. Thank you for your work, and thank you, Ms. Lorock.
And if I may, just to follow up on that, Jenny or Lisa, I think the city earlier this year had asked that the city look at providing, if those developers want to do an all-electric development, that they would get a little bit lower price, they would get priority to have their plans reviewed and things of this nature. What is the status of that? Because that's a way of kind of where Councilor Flores was going without having that big hammer. I mean, when you make it affordable for a developer to build a subdivision 10% cheaper, you're probably gonna do that. And then when the homeowner buys a home, they're gonna say, well, it's all electric. Well, okay, they just want the house. So what is the status of that, if you don't?
Mayor, Council, Mayor, so again, that would live in the all-electric ready ordinance. And so we can definitely incorporate language in that, but most cities / examples that we're pulling from do something similar where they use the permitting process to either expedite it or looking at fees, ways that we can cut the fees for that.
Okay, thank you. We have Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Lisa. I know how much work this has been, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate the timeline. I'm stuck on the adopt resolution, what that happens internally for us related to generally the RFPs, right, that go out. How quickly are we going to incorporate this in all of those? And I think where I'm stuck is the geobond projects, right? That specifically are that we're building buildings, new buildings, if you will. And like I think about the Animal Services Center that has already. I mean, they're starting to put up the walls and such. This would not include that, I'm thinking. But I guess I don't want to get too deep into it, but it's more about how quickly will you work with staff that are responsible for developing RFPs, that this is just common language moving forward.
Mayor Pro Tem Ganada, great question. So it will be effective. This resolution is not going to be effective until June. I think we put June 2nd in there, if I'm correct. But so there's some leeway, and what our goal with that is to provide training before we, make staff put this into effect. And so that was our idea with this. But in terms of where in the process would a project qualify as new construction, we talked to some of the staff, and just for clarification, because that's a great question that we were unaware of ourselves, and it has to be before the design phase. So once a project starts to go into the design phase, it needs to be included in there. And so if I can defer to Lisa, if you need some more clarification on that.
Thank you, Jenny. That would be helpful.
Hello, Mayor and Councilor. This is Lisa LaRock, Sustainability Officer for the city. Mayor and Councilor Gondara, there are several different things that we're going to do to try to support them, as Jenny already mentioned with the training. But we have had a very inclusive process with the staff to make them aware of this process. And things that are making it more RFP ready are that we have the language specifically that the construction industry is familiar with, and just in the format of it, the International Energy Conservation Code. So they will just go and refer to that as the changes that are necessary for them to follow. So they have a familiar template to use that will help. We can also provide RFP language to be able to insert that into the work that the city is doing for its new RFPs, which we have available. So those are some of the ways that we're trying to do it. And we're anticipating that there isn't going to be a lot of new construction immediately, so we have that window for everyone to be able to adjust as we move forward.
Okay, all right. I appreciate that. I am concerned between the January and June dates that if we do have new construction, and I understand that it has to be, you know, before the design phase, if you will. I just want to have some assurances from Mr. Peely and Public Works, those folks that are working with this, that they do everything in their power to include that in the language moving forward. It's just as, I mean, I understand you're trying to plan and train, and I appreciate internal staff and externally, but I don't want this to be used as an excuse what's during this time frame. So in the event something does come up, I really want for you all, staff, and not you specifically, but staff, to put this as language. It's important. We have to start, and I don't want to use this as, well, there's this time frame, and it's well before the June deadline, and we're okay moving forward. Because some of the projects that we have are multi-million-dollar projects, and it behooves us to start now rather than wait. And so I just want to make sure that that's happened. Again, I've said this before, I feel sometimes council puts things forward and then there's some wiggle room and it happens that then we're not moving in the direction that council feels it should be. So just want to make sure I get some assurances that if there's any new construction, that this is taken into effect immediately. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. If I may, Councilor Becki, before I get to you, because this is real germane to what Mayor Pro Tem was talking about. Mayor Pro Tem, how about if we ask if council supports this? But earlier when we start off our meeting, we have, you know, the Pledge of Allegiance, Pledge of the Week, Job of the Week, COVID update. How about if we have a sustainability activity update quarterly, so that we know where it's at and we can follow it?
I really like that idea, Mayor. I think that's important.
If that's okay with council, then Yvonne, can you have that taken care of?
Will do, Mayor.
Perfect, great. Okay, thank you. Councilor Bencomo, then Councilor Sword.
Wow, Mayor, that's a great idea.
Well, once in a while I get lucky. Every now and then, yeah.
Thank you, Jenny and Lisa, for your presentation. I'm curious because as later in our agenda, we're discussing an ordinance that used to be a resolution. And so I'm curious about the process to make this a resolution as opposed to an ordinance, and if we're going to be sort of in the same boat as we are with the ordinance later on the agenda.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, our initial thoughts were to test the waters with this resolution and then turn it into an ordinance. We feel like it would be most effective as an ordinance, but again, we want to offer, you know, proper training since it is going to be a new transition. I can defer to Lisa, but just conversations that we've had, it has to be enforced and by staff, and, you know, make sure that whatever is needed, that if there's questions or, you know, anything that we can assist with to make sure that it's enforced. But I don't know, Lisa, you want to add anything else?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, Lisa LaRock for the record. I think what the mayor has just proposed for a quarterly update will give you a good sense about whether these resolutions that we're putting forward have the are capable of realizing the goals that we have set with your adoption.
Thanks, Lisa. I appreciate that, and Jenny for that explanation. I mean, I would like to also see within this timeline when that will come back as an ordinance, because, you know, and I appreciate what you said about testing the water and training, and we have two experts here who understand this, who we have said, tell us, educate us on what this city needs. And I feel like if you are saying that this is, that you feel like this is best an ordinance, and I trust that because you are the expert. And so I want to make sure that while this resolution is incredibly important and ahead of everyone else in the state, which I love doing stuff before Santa Fe and Albuquerque, and I want to make sure that it's codified and that is followed through by all of us. So, I feel like an ordinance is sort of really, really, walking the talk. So I just wanted to note that, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Councilor Councilor Bencomo. I'm sorry, I'm getting delusional. It's so hot in here.
I'm sweating in
yeah, I don't know what the heck happened.
I think it's perfect.
Councilor Sorg. So if I pass out, that's the reason.
Yeah.
I
sure.
almost got
At least Mayor Pro
frostbite.
Tem is here. She
I
can finish
almost
the
got
meeting.
frostbite
I may have to leave
on my
early.
hands earlier, so.
I might have to leave early, but, okay. Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, some thoughts came to my mind as everybody was talking here. In the section you have on the screen now with training and expo, first of all, who are the ones that are going to be trained? What kind of people?
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, we would consult it out to experts. So we have, it would be experts like agencies like RMI, which is the Rocky Mountain Institute, who have done this before, or the ACEEE, our New Buildings Institute. And I think Lisa would like to add to that.
Yeah, it's not who will do the training, but who will be trained.
Mayor, there you go. She'll do it.
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, sorry, I misunderstood your question. So your question is who, right? Who specifically we would be training? So it's city staff in the training component, so city staff that this ordinance affects, and the construction industry specifically, yes. So the people who actually put this resolution into effect, who have to do with the designing and such.
Okay. I'd like to point out that this is something that Patrick Peck mentioned in our PRC meeting, that this is not something to be afraid of. This is not rocket science. This is pretty simple, very simple. In fact, all contractors know how to build an all-electric building. This is something that they know how to do. They do it. In fact, there is a whole subdivision going in District 5, by the way, that is going to be all-electric, no gas. That's in the process of being done, or planned at least. And so I don't think we should worry about the training and expo. If there's some people on the city staff that don't understand how this works, yeah, we got to train them for sure. But this is something that contractors know how to do now. And all you have to do is have the specifications for these buildings that says simply that they're all electric, and we will not put natural gas in this building. We won't put the pipeline to the building or the pipes in the building. So I like your idea of having some planning and training and so forth, but just so you know, it's not that complicated. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Anyone else? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Flores.
I'm sorry, I'm invisible. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, that's right. He
It's just so
can't
hot in
see.
here.
So thank you again, Jenny, Ms. Hernandez. So today's presentation, and as far as it was advertised, is for the electrification standards and new construction that is owned or developed by the city. And I believe that the resolution is going to be consistent with that language, because if it is, then we can't do an ordinance that doesn't, we can do an ordinance later that includes all construction without this resolution?
That's right.
Yeah? Okay, I just want to make certain, and that was the gist of my first question, but it wasn't clear. And so I just want to make sure that when June 2022 rolls around, the ordinance is consistent with your presentation today. Is that fair to say, Ms. LaRocque? I just don't want surprises by the community, the builders and all that sort of stuff.
Mayor, Councilor Flores, Lisa LaRocque again, for the record. And the distinction, can you go back one slide? The distinction is that we are initiating this resolution, and perhaps it will go into an ordinance that is just about municipal construction. And what we're doing in June is electric ready. So that doesn't mean that it's all electric. It means that it has the thought process, or not the thought process, it has the construction details in it to be able to transition to electric easily. So your panel size would have an amperage that's able to handle more electricity in the building. You would have a 240 volt plug to accommodate electric vehicles. You would have the ability to design, you would design your heating unit on an outside wall so it can have, use a heat pump down the road if it isn't doing that initially. So those are some of the different, we have a really high bar for the city right now. And we're just asking the rest of the community to plan ahead. And so the next, so if we choose to, if we take the current resolution that we're presenting today and we make it an ordinance, that's one ordinance. The other ordinance that we're talking about is to say to the rest of the city, let's be ready for the electric transition in all of our new construction.
Okay,
there's two on the table.
Excuse me for interrupting.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Unfinished things.
I thought we were at the dinner table and hey, thank you, Lisa. So, yeah, the electric ready ordinance will be consistent with this resolution, and it's totally different than what the resolution we're talking about insofar as electrification is concerned.
Mayor, Councilor Flores, Jenny is going to be lucky enough to create an equivalent, so we'll use the International Energy Conservation Codes, but just as far as electric ready, not all electric, not beneficial electric. So there's variations that we can use, and we will make the second ordinance be parallel to this one in how we're approaching it.
And when do you foresee that, Ms. LaRocque? The time. Yeah. We talk about timelines.
Yes,
you spoiled us. You gave us one timeline, okay. So now we need.
Mayor, Councilor Sorg.
I'm Councilor Flores. I know my hair isn't as white as his, but
it's the heat. I'm telling you, it's the heat in here.
I'm sorry.
No,
Mayor,
it's not. My nose is cold.
I'm sorry, Councilor Flores. I totally know the difference. Had to be close. We're setting a goal of June of summer to be able to have that second ordinance after we recover from the expo and training.
Wonderful. That's what I wanted to know, and that's what I want the public to start hearing. And so this is wonderful. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you. See here, did we have anyone else? No? Okay, members of the public? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-074. Councilor Betastuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, we're at 10.7, Resolution 22-075.
Move to approve.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores, and Mike Bartholomew, the Director of Transit Services, will be discussing.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before you is a resolution to adopt our updated short-range transit plan that we've been working on over the last year. When we went into this project, these are the 5 areas that we were hoping to get some answers or some ideas for our next 5 years. We wanted to take a look at our current services that we've been implementing since the start of our last short-range plan. We wanted to identify some unmet needs and how to address them. And I put microtransit there in parentheses because I'll discuss that more later, but we wanted to even think outside of the box of regular fixed route, large fixed route buses to address some of the needs. We wanted to address the capacity concerns for the paratransit service, our dial-a-ride service, which provides service for both ADA eligible riders and for senior citizens. It was that capacity, and we're looking for some ways to provide relief to be able to meet our requests. And then sort of a couple minor areas of the plan was to recommend a bus stop improvement plan. We wanted a plan to address what changes might be identified in the next short-range plan and prioritize how we would address the bus stops. And we do that because it's expensive to put them in, and then, of course, everyone we put in has to be maintained. And then also finally to recommend a technology acquisition plan relative to what the recommendations were in the new plan. With transit, as within many industries right now, technology is just leaping really fast ahead. There's a lot of technology out there that can help us run our system better and also provide information for our customers in a better way. We went out to bid for a project. We did get funding from the New Mexico DOT for this project, and the city provided the match for the fund. DOT provided $80,000 and the city provided $20,000. So it was a very modest planning project. We went out, as I said, we went out to bid. The successful bidders was a company called ATG, Alliance Transportation Group out of Austin. And then they had a subcontractor via transportation that was looking at some of the demand response paratransit questions that we had. And then on the city side, the Metropolitan Planning Organization and Roadrunner Transit were the city staff that worked on this project. As with many projects, it starts with looking at the existing conditions, and I'll show just some examples of what was in the study that's in your council packet. But they just looked at the characteristics of our route and how we connect to other services, such as South Central Regional Transit District, the Park and Ride service, Z-Trans services coming into our area. The data they used, we looked from the February 2019 to February 2020. So we were looking at pre-pandemic data because we know our ridership really dropped when the pandemic started. So that was the data that was used in the analysis. And they looked at our peak times, route productivity, market analysis, travel patterns, and they also looked at our dial-a-ride response characteristics, what was working and what wasn't working about it. So this is just kind of an example of the ridership analysis that was done, just looking at one of the routes. They went through and were looking at where most of, from our ridership data based on stops where people were getting on, people were getting off, peak times when people were riding, the relative costs of a route for running that particular route. The bar graph on the left is basically the 8 routes that we have out there, one on the far left going towards Route 8. And as you can see, Route 2 is pretty large. That's our route that we have that connects downtown, the university, and Doña Ana Community College. And we have 3 buses on that particular route, spaced out 30 minutes apart. An example of what they looked at in market analysis is such things such as employment density, but they also looked at the population where the poverty areas were in the community. Most of this is done using census data, where the disabled populations are, where limited English proficient populations are, and where there were households with or without vehicles were all looked at to kind of give a bigger picture of what our market looked like. They also did, with a lot of that data and some of our ridership data, they looked at desire line analysis. And basically, that's just kind of showing the regions of the city. This is just an example of some of the maps that they put out, but showing the regions of the city where generally where trips originate or end, and these kind of darker lines you can see is kind of the back and forth line of where the majority of the people are traveling in our service. So that's what the desire line is. It was challenging doing public engagement during the pandemic, but we did have an online public survey. We also made the survey available in hard copy for customers if they so requested it. We surveyed our bus operators. We held stakeholder meetings early in the process in April of 2021. We met with various stakeholders around the community, social service agencies, universities, businesses, and so forth were part of that meeting in April. And then we also had separate standalone meetings with economic development at the city and the city's affordable housing section. There were 2 virtual public houses, or public open house meetings in August when we were showing some alternatives, and I'll go into what those were. Those were held in August. And then the consultant, the consultant came on the last Monday in October, or October 25th, I believe it was, and they did a presentation for council of the whole final plan, draft final plan. Some of the public engagements results were pretty expected. A lot of the respondents said that they spent too much time waiting for a bus at a bus stop, or they were spending too much time on the bus. We asked them questions at how long they were willing to wait for a bus, and you can see that 37% of the respondents didn't want to wait more than 10 minutes for a bus to get there. We had 2/3 of the respondents wanted our buses to come more often than they did. And we did get some nice compliments about our staff too, about the bus drivers in particular, which was nice to hear. Examples of the public engagement results is, again, was pretty predictable that they want better bus stops, better shelters to wait. They want to not take so long. They want to be able to save time on riding the routes. Most of our riders, their number one thing is going for shopping, then travel to and from work, medical and entertainment and recreation. And we also asked them when they would prefer to ride. Now, when we did the period we were looking at, that's when we were operating our weekday service till 10:30 pre-pandemic. And it's interesting that a lot of the people, there was a lot of interest in riding earlier in the morning. It kind of picks up later in the afternoon, not as much as the morning. And surprisingly, even at the end of our shift, there was a lot of interest for late night service. It hasn't realized, when we were running the service that late, it hadn't quite realized that, but it was good to know there's still a lot of interest. We just need to get that promoted a bit more out there. So I talked early on about microtransit, and that was one we really kind of drilled in on and looked at more in this particular update to our transit plan. And microtransit works a lot like shared ride services such as Uber and Lyft. It's generally run by a transit system to supplement a transit system, and especially to serve areas that it's difficult to put fixed route services into and get it closer to the customer. And it's a way that they can schedule a trip and get their ride a lot sooner than having to walk a long distance to a bus stop or having to wait a long time for a bus to arrive. It works primarily as a phone-based app. We did have a lot of comment during the public hearing that, well, what if we don't have a phone to get a phone-based app, and we can still do it through the system where they can call in and schedule a ride through that system as well. And microtransit vehicles then can travel actually directly to pickup and drop-off points. It may not necessarily stop at, say, I want the microtransit van to come exactly to my house. It might be more convenient, or in the terms of scheduling things, well, we'll just do it at the corner down at the end of your block and pick you up there. So we would call that a virtual stop that would show up on their app for the map where they would pick up the bus. But it would definitely be very close for picking it up. The goal would be also with microtransit that anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes from the time you scheduled the trip, you could actually get a microtransit vehicle to come to where you needed. And it looks a lot like an Uber app. It shows you how long it's going to get there and how long it's going to take for the vehicle to get there. I'll get back to this microtransit zone. You can disregard the little dots in here. They're just kind of references for points of interest around town. But a microtransit zone will really expand the area that is not served well by buses. We would still have fixed routes going into portions of the microtransit zone. And one of the features with the software for scheduling microtransit is if you live really close to a bus stop and the fixed route bus is going to serve you, if you try to say, I want to get from point A to point B, that app is going to direct you towards the fixed route service before it directs you towards the microtransit. We have several alternatives, 3 alternatives that were developed. And based on all of the conditions from the public input, the data that we had, working with our contractors and with our city team to come up with 3 draft alternatives. And before I go into those alternatives, just roughly showing you how our fixed route service is in town right now in our area. The study area was pretty much the urbanized area around Las Cruces, and you can see where the kind of the salmon color is the city limits, and where the routes are what we have right now. I just want to also focus. Let me go back to there's 2 routes. Route 1 involves this loop up here, and then there's Route 3 that involves this area going out further out to the East Mesa, and I was just going to focus in on those a bit more. Currently, Route 1 starts in downtown, goes up towards Main Street towards I-25, down Traverse and up Telshore. It actually does a little crossover to go back over to Elks and then down Roser. We did that crossover so we would put the bus door on the correct side where the VA clinic is, where a lot of the businesses are forming on that Del Rey area to the north. And Route 3 starts at the mall, gets connections from Route 8, and it essentially goes out Roadrunner and all the way out to Porter Road. So with alternative A, this is the first of the 3 alternatives that we put out there. You can see the microtransit zone is kind of in this more tan-colored area. And we took this Route 1 instead and had it go up to the community college. So there's basically a connection for people using the community college either from the downtown transfer point or from the university more directly to go up there. With the area in the Elks area, we also propose keeping that one route in there as well to continue to serve like the VA clinic with a fixed route service. The second alternative was really quite similar, but basically we put the community college in the microtransit zone, so it would only be served by microtransit instead of a fixed route. Instead, that was another alternative. I do want to note that both of these alternatives, actually all 3 alternatives, includes Centennial High School, which has been a question we get a lot about, of getting some kind of a transit service out to Centennial High School. The routes were pretty much, otherwise were pretty much unchanged. You still see that same route that connects basically the mall area to the Elks and Del Rey area. but then the Route 1 area was going to go out to Porter, perhaps even beyond to the Holman-Dunn area. And then the final alternative had a much larger microtransit zone, include a lot of areas to the north of US 70, and whereas the other two are more focused to the east of I-25. And you'll notice that this involved more vehicles, and so there was some routes taken off in the core part of town. The one key one was along the Solano corridor in there. And as you'll find out, I believe on my next couple of slides, that the alternative C was not really preferred very much. We did ask respondents both on paper surveys, they could come into the intermodal center. We had presentation of it that was on our website that people could go to and answer questions, what they liked about each alternative, what they didn't like. We weren't trying to get should it be this alternative A, B, or C? We wanted to know what they liked and didn't like about each of the alternatives. As you can see, most of the people felt that alternative A and B were the better ones for them. There was a fair number of faults because of a lot of people don't like the change. There was a little uncertainty about what microtransit really would do for them and would mean for them. But there was clearly a lot of people who didn't like the idea of the alternative C, which would kind of reduce some of the fixed route services in the core part of town, especially along the Solano corridor. And our staff was not really hip on that alternative either. So we came up with a locally preferred alternative for our microtransit zone. We basically, what the final conclusion was, is we took that larger microtransit zone, which covers a lot of areas to the east of I-25, a lot of areas to the north of US 70. Also based on feedback that we got about service to senior centers, to our intermodal center. You can see these little upside down teardrop marks here. The recommendation was to make these what we would call microtransit islands. So somebody basically could get on microtransit somewhere in this larger zone or get on in one of the islands and travel between those 2 points on a microtransit type of service. We went with the alternative that for Route 1 that you saw in A, that would basically go from downtown up to the community college. And then the alternative for what we're going to redefine Route 3 as, it would serve the North Telshore corridor and continue to serve. Basically, it would go over to Roadrunner, cross over, and come back down Del Rey, so it continues to maintain that southbound service on Del Rey. And it's a little small in this particular map, but that's kind of it all together, where you can see the change of this one route, still maintain service to that area. The Route 1's here, but all of this are very unproductive. Route 3 was out here, would become part of the microtransit zone. Down here where the Centennial High School would be part of the microtransit zone, and even areas out here to the north of US 70 could be part of the microtransit zone. I would want to mention about, there is a question we get a lot about what it would cost to ride a microtransit service. And it's something that we'll have to study. It could either be the same cost as a regular fixed route bus. Various communities do it a little different. I've seen it like if a fixed route bus is $1, the microtransit is $2 or something for a trip. Still much, much cheaper than an Uber or a Lyft type service to get around. So implementation and funding is in the first phase for 22 through 24, we'd be looking at seeing what we could do to make those route alignment changes that I showed you and introducing microtransit. Right now, we're looking at funding a demonstration project in our fiscal year 23 for microtransits, perhaps starting with a couple of smaller vehicles without much change to the route, and then work with that to see if it's going to be more successful. Increased frequency would be the next phase, and what they talk about increased frequency is for the fixed route bus services. So some of those routes like Route 8 or Route 1 could actually have more frequent service. So on the particular routes, you might have every 15 minutes instead of every 30 minutes on some of those routes. And then the final phase is just looking, kind of evaluating the microtransit service and what the potential is for improving it, and then where are we going to go from there in 2026 and beyond. The implementation and funding of it for capital costs, we were estimating roughly 2 to 3 vehicles, but we can possibly, at least on a demonstration project when we start out, we could possibly use some of our dial-a-ride vehicles, because if we use this, we feel that it's going to take some of the pressure off the ADA trips and those that really need the dial-a-ride service. The operating costs to add the microtransit service could be another roughly $700,000 over our current annual operating costs. And as we increase frequency, it can increase it just a little bit more, perhaps another $450,000 or so. And so basically the total cost to implement it, with looking at capital and operating costs, would be about a little under $884,000, we estimate. And then if we go to that stage where we increase frequency on fixed routes, it'd be another $340,000. So the next steps would be a council adoption of this plan. As I mentioned, we're exploring demonstration projects. There are a number of companies out there that have software for doing microtransit. There's all kinds of models out there that involve in-house models. There is commingling with our scheduling with our dial-a-ride service and microtransit. That's another option that we want to look closely at. So right now we're looking to see what's all out there in the market and putting together a demonstration project for next year. And then we're requesting the budget to run that demonstration project in fiscal year 23. Then we would plan for a larger implementation if it was successful in fiscal year 24. So that's really all I have for now, and I will open it up for your questions.
Thanks, Michael. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores.
Councilor Flores was first, Mayor.
Just makes it easier to remember because I'm delusional. Councilor Flores.
Oh, you're delusional.
So hot in here.
Gee.
I'm barely holding on here.
Golly, and I'm freezing. No, I'm not.
But I feel a little
thank
bit
you,
of
Mr. Bartha. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Mr. Bartholomew. Can you go back to 32, page 32, 31? Okay. So, adoption of the resolution today would give you the opportunity to explore options for a microtransit demonstration project, request a budget for the demonstration project, and if successful, plan. So aren't these, forgive me, but it seems to me that these were the things you'd be asking for at this point. A resolution to move forward. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm delusional, but why do we need a resolution for?
What the resolution for is just adopting the plan, that the council concurs that we're moving in the right direction.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, as far as substantive questions, how far west do we go?
Right now, we go as far west as Porter Road with our Route 3, and our dial-a-ride service actually goes out to the edge of the city limits.
Which is near Fair Acres?
Well, Fair Acres, I believe, is just outside, but that's to the west. Yeah, and to the east, it goes out.
No. I'm talking about the west. How far west?
How far west does it go? Basically, right now it goes out Valley Road, and we also have a route that goes into Mesilla. So
what happens to the west part, furthest western part of our city, which is near the airport? It's not serviced at all.
That's correct, and the plan does have a comment about it. We as staff feel that, and we've actually had discussions with economic development about that already, on serving it out there. The primary need for service out there is to get people to and from jobs out there. So I think that initially, we want to be looking at van pool services. So we're working, transit section is working with economic development, and we're also working with the company that is providing some van pool service. It's actually funded 33% by the New Mexico DOT for the van pool service. So that would focus the van pools on getting rides for people that need it to get out there for work and returning. A lot of these programs have systems where you can, for a fee or for, there's so many times if you have an emergency where you had to go home.
My question is basically, what kind of service is provided for people who have to get to the West Mesa? We don't want to call it West Mesa anymore,
right.
Just the most western part. And I know that we're expanding with Saputo cheese. They're going to double. And they've had this wonderful plan that they're going to have have a system where people can promote and yada yada. So we're hoping it attracts a lot of people in the West Mesa. But how are they going to get there? And how do people? I think transportation from the city to the airport, which is also expanding, and that's what I would like to see, Mr. Bartholomew, for our city. And I think that the idea, what you're presenting today, is a way of completing or complementing a service but those areas are being serviced now, if I'm not wrong about that, just in a different way. So I just want to get that on the record. I think we have to be looking at development in the western part of the city, because I foresee a lot of development there, where I think that with the airport really expanding and having our intramural travels begin as soon as a year from now, we're going to have a lot of opportunity to have shops there, businesses there, eateries, et cetera, So it'd be nice to have, not nice, it'd be a necessity for the city to have transportation, and it could also be a way of people enjoying the city, going out there, spending the day, watching the airplanes come in, yada, yada. Thank you, Mr. Bartholomew, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Bartholomew. Yeah, I thank you for the presentation. It's really exciting that we're, trying to meet the needs, I think, with this microtransit, especially because we hear often about dollar ride and hoping that we would expand that, and I think this is probably one way to do so. I was interested in the public participation, and I think we have solicited people that usually ride the service. But what about those people? Like, I'm thinking our youth. People like we have to focus our time and attention on to get them to feel comfortable and trusting to ride transit. And I remember the conversation Councilor Bengomo had with her students when she did presentation, and sort of the wide, vast, commentary, and transportation was one of those. So I think about those potential riders and how are we getting to them, and we've had lots of different conversations. I think probably individually as council, we had that awesome youth day here that Jamie helped put together with our youth. And I want to say that I know sustainability was a big one, but I also know that transportation maybe was indirectly discussed. So how are you reaching out to those folks that are potential riders?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Gandra, the surveys that we did were open to the general public too. We tried to advertise as much as we could that those surveys were online and available for people. And we did have non-riders respond to the survey as well. It was a little harder to reach out to them during the pandemic, but we did have some of the non-users. And I do recognize that there's certain perceptions about riding public transit, whether it's it's a speed perception, it takes me too long to get somewhere, or it's if they can, or if it's a perception of safety on the bus for their kids riding the bus or whatever. There's a lot of different perceptions out there that we have to fight. But other than gathering that, trying to reach out through just general advertising of our survey, and going out to all of the stakeholders too, which would have some, the 21 stakeholders that we went to had people that currently aren't using the transit service for various reasons. That was about the extent of what we had.
So do you have plans to further sort of the discussions and with sort of those non-traditional riders? I know you want us to approve the short term, but I think it's important that in this resolution that I would recommend that we make an effort for those to reach out to those non-traditional riders. I know you talked about the university, but I'm specifically talking about our youth. I mean, they're the ones that if we get to first, right, they'll start to encourage their parents and others, right, to ride. And I know, again, I feel like I'm harping on it, but I think it's an important piece to this, part of the short-term plan, because I think it's going to really play into, right, how we plan the rest of the phases moving forward. So my hope is that you would make some effort to do that or continue to do that, and reaching out to the schools is I think a good way to do that. I hear often from youth and parents that they'd like to ride the bus, but it's a little overwhelming and difficult. And I like to talk about the experiences I've had, and I'm glad that your bus drivers got kudos, because they're excellent. They really are, and I appreciate them, how hard they work. So if that, Mr. Bartholomew, can be part of the plan, I think it would really give us a lot of information moving forward.
And Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, definitely we can do that. And we're actually already working now. One of our weaknesses that we've had in the past is we don't do much marketing for transit, and we're actually working with a company to try to go out in that market more, have nice, clever marketing things.
Yeah, I think that's really important.
We're already doing that.
Oh, good, good. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, so let me get this straight. So this phase one for the next budget cycle, I want to get this straight. Are you asking for the $800,000 additional dollars?
We will be asking for that within the budget request itself, not as part of this amendment, or not as part of adopting this plan. We would submit it as a proposal for as a new program.
Yes, I know, but I guess I want to get that straight, because, we're going into budget discussions and a retreat in January, so I want to make sure that I have the amounts and that I'm lobbying for this, because I think it's important. So move to that slide, please, Mr. Bartholomew.
To which slide?
The ones where you categorize phase 1, 2, and 3 and the amounts. There you go.
Okay, I think it was this one, right? The increase.
So this is what you're going to ask in the next budget cycle?
Well, phase one is actually going to go into fiscal year 24 as well. So really, we'd probably be asking a lot less for our fiscal year 23, because our microtransit demonstration project isn't going to cost near that much. We probably, again, can use a couple of our dial-a-ride vans for that. And so we wouldn't have capital costs that we would need for it. So it'll probably be a much smaller amount for fiscal year 23.
Do you have that amount currently?
I don't, but I would say that it's probably going to be under 100,000.
Okay. Okay, and does this also include, you mentioned apps?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The companies that we work with have their apps. So,
okay. All right, very cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Bencomo?
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Bartholomew. I, for a long time, have been a proponent of free public transit. And I've talked to Ifo about this and about possible options, vouchers, something. However, I feel like as we have this discussion and as we're getting ready to adopt this short-range transit plan that you've invested a lot of time and effort and money into coming up with this incredible plan. And as you're telling me that even for something like microtransit, which is frankly incredible, right, for a community, and you're telling me that it could be $1, $2. So to me, as I receive all this information, I know that we don't have public transit as a moneymaker. We have public transit in this community because we want to service our community, because we want to service all of those demographics that you mentioned early in your presentation, and we want to do it well and equitably, and we want to reduce our carbon footprint, and all of these reasons, right? And as we're headed, if you go to page 29, right, and you list on here that one of, I think it's page 29.
Was it slide or page?
The page number at the top.
Mm-hmm.
As you have on here, nope, maybe the one before. My apologies.
That was the capital?
Nope, you know what? I don't know. The one where you listed all the steps, and you said that going into fiscal year 2023, you're going to ask for a budget request on the test project, right? We're going to start testing. I apologize. I forget what the language was you had on here.
Oh, for the demonstration project?
The demonstration, thank you. Then I feel like it's an excellent opportunity to include a demonstration on what free public transit could look like. And as you're asking for this increase in the budget, then, you know, and I've asked you before, I mean, the revenue that we get from fixed fare is 7.2%, right? And even less for dial-a-ride?
Yes, that's about right.
So as we have all of these conversations, I'm like, I know that we don't have public transit because it's a revenue builder. It's to service our community. So I feel like we are actually in a perfect moment as you're talking about a demonstration project to do a demonstration additionally about what a free public transit system could look like.
And Mr. Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, we did do 15 months of free transit.
We already did a demonstration project.
And you know, it was well received, but of course our ridership was real low then. And I've always said that from our fixed route point of view, we have the capacity to do it on fixed route. And microtransit, we'll have to see how it affects microtransit with our dial-a-ride type service. If it was free, yeah, we would definitely have to address capacity on that, maybe the requirements for driving or for riding on the dial-a-ride service, but it would be more, you know, it would just have to be accompanied by some policy changes, I suppose, on how we implemented it, so.
Let's do it. I mean, I just feel like this, as, you know, we're moving forward with this pretty incredible plan that you have put forth, that it's the perfect time to figure out how this can be done. And, you know, I've always felt like public transit is somewhat in a vicious cycle, in that, you know, we don't have enough capacity, and we got it in the input, right? People say it's taking too long for me to wait for a bus, but then it takes too long for me to get to where it goes. So then all those issues caused less ridership, and less ridership caused us to invest in public transit less. And so it's stuck in this vicious cycle, and I feel like one way to interrupt that cycle is to, one, implement all of the policies that you've put forth here for us, and two, make it free. Make it free for community members who will be more encouraged to ride either, you know, fixed route or one of these micro transit routes. And so, you know, in your opinion, what would it take to include this in your time frame and include those policies for the dial-a-ride?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You think it can be done?
Well, I would work with staff on seeing what is involved with policies. We would have to have policies about what we would call, what I mentioned on, you know, qualifications, for example, for riding dial-a-ride. We would probably have to have policies on how people ride the bus. Like a lot of transit systems have gone to fare-free. You know, they do have to deal with little things like people using them as homes and just riding round and round, and conducting various kinds of business on the bus that's probably not legal and everything. So we would have to watch out, you know, for people who are just taking up seats. If we had, you know, so they can make room for other seats. Simple, it's not really a major policy change, but we'd have
Great.
to do things like that.
And then I kind of feel like it's the perfect storm, because now we also, the president just signed the infrastructure bill that has a big chunk on there around public transportation. Is that right?
Yes.
Even more opportunities for funding, I think, for our community. And so, as Mayor Pro Tem said about going into a budget retreat to lobby, I'm going to be asking for this similar thing, that we invest in whatever capital needs that we will have in order to, one, meet the goals of this plan, and two, have an actual free public transit system.
Okay, we definitely will look at that.
Thank you.
Councilor Vasquez?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Bartholomew, for that presentation. I have to say I agree with Councilor Bencomo on quite a few things related to our transit system. I know for years you have worked with the budget that you were given and have some ambitious plans with microtransit, which is exciting, because I know you've been talking about that for years and help solve some of the issues that we have heard from people that have mentioned, the lack of the actual flexibility of the routes, and sometimes that very much discourages people if they have to walk half a mile or a mile to their final destination, whatever that might be. So I just want to say I recognize that you have tried to innovate in this space and have worked within the constraints of your budget for many years. But I do think that the way Councilor Bencomo put it, in terms of helping to break the cycle of, justifying getting more federal funding or more federal grant funding by showing that there's demand and a diverse ridership, really does depend on getting that ridership up. And I think supporting the free transit initiative, and I think Councilor Bencomo, 7%, is that what you said of the total transportation budget? That's something I think we should absolutely continue to do, and especially as we cross my fingers here, but get over the hump of the pandemic at some point, and we have more ridership in maybe a year or two when folks are comfortable getting in buses again. Having that be a free fare, I think, would just be a tremendous opportunity to see what kind of folks we can attract. Imagine, especially for younger people, for students who are unlimited or fixed incomes that want to hop on a bus and go somewhere to the university or home or school, whatever that might be, that they could that they would feel comfortable because it's free and you could just jump on and jump off. So I think that will help hopefully get some more federal investments once we get increased ridership to also improve routes and to add more buses into the city. So I just want to say I support that 100%, but I also I'm happy to see the microtransit proposal that you've been talking about come to life. And hopefully perhaps, and I won't be here, but maybe the free transit study or the free transit proposal can be part of the short-term plan if this comes back before council at some point sooner than later. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Michael, can you go back to slide 26, please? Okay, so on here, and I'm thinking of the metro in DC, how when let's say I'm on the green line, I'll just call it for that, for this sake of discussion. I'm on the green line and I need to get to the red one that's on the east side of town. Mm-hmm. Is there a certain place that I would go to, on the blue, where it crosses in blue? You know how, and I don't know when the last time you've seen the map of the metro, but they have a little circle where this is where you would get off on this particular stop, and then you can go on another metro on that one.
Mr. Mayor, yes, actually, we kind of do that on our existing bus schedule. We show where all of the stops are, and we show where there are transfer points between the existing routes. So for example, you said I believe the blue and the red one, or the.
I'm on the green, and I want to get to the red.
To this one here, yeah. Okay, so yeah, those routes are going to meet also at our transfer center, but there's going to be places that might be convenient away from the transfer center, depending upon the timing of the buses, that they wouldn't necessarily have to ride all the way there. So that we do show on our routes. And once we get the app will help with that as well.
So this isn't the actual map, this is just what you showed for presentation today. So on the maps that a rider would get, they would be able to know, okay, I take this to the, oh, okay, good. I just wanted to, because one of these days I'm going to ride your bus and I just want to check it out.
And for example, if somebody was at the intermodal center, which is going to be, let's see, I had it on one of the, this was the little dots of where the microtransit islands would be. If somebody could actually order microtransit from the intermodal center and actually, as long as it wasn't close to one of these routes, so the system would force them to take a route. You know, if they were in any of these areas, they could actually use microtransit to get from the downtown.
Okay. And then the last thing, and kind of in lieu of what was discussed here, I'd be definitely looking to entertain going to free ridership, but I recognize that, you get a budget from the city, and you know that if we were to implement that, or if we were to ask that to be implemented, that's going to cut into your budget, and you need to know where you're going to make that up. So if you can bring that to us, and let's say you would lose $130,000 or $150,000 a year. I don't know what the amount is, but it's probably in that ballpark. Then it'd be incumbent on council to say, okay, we recognize we want to provide this service as long as it doesn't, I guess it doesn't violate the anti-donation clause, huh, Jennifer? That would be something that we could do, free bus, I presume? I won't hold you to it, but I mean that.
Mayor and council, I can look into that. I don't think it generally does. There are free buses,
okay.
But I'll look into that.
Okay, so if we were to do this, then it would be incumbent on us where we're going to make you whole, because we don't expect you to not, we can't take it away from you without the revenue. So I would think that'd be fair. And I think there's some things that, one that comes to mind is even our healthcare. I mean, I think we're going to be able to at least make up over $150,000 on the savings on that. So if you want to do that, if that's okay, EFO, to have them bring that forward, see exactly if we were to go to a free bus, this is how much it's going to cost us, and then how council, we're going to make you whole.
And I would point out that it's more than just last fares. So when you go over to the dial ride side, if it increases the demand quite a bit there, we would need more drivers and vehicles for that side too. So even than what we have now. So we have actually run those numbers. I know we did a proposal last year, but there just wasn't funding to do it for this fiscal year that we're in right now. So we have to look at both, the whole operations, not just the fixed route loss of fares, but what the impacts would be to the other parts of our service.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I would point out that the city of Albuquerque actually is doing a one-year fare-free experiment starting January 1st, I believe it is. So we will be watching closely how it goes with them as well.
Good. We always like to learn from their mistakes if they have any. And now we have, really. We learned a couple of them. One was the red light cameras, and there was one other thing that we learned from them. And so, no, the mistake was ours actually worked out good. They had to pay based on every ticket. Ours was based on how much we collect. So, yeah. Okay, good. Very good.
Thank you.
How about members of the public? Do you have any comments? Okay, seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-075. Councilor Betastuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
No.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 10.8, Council Bill 22-012, ordinance number 2990. And Robert Messenger will be presenting.
Mayor,
We need a motion to approve it.
Second, Gondeta.
Motion by Councilor Sorg, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gondeta. Thank you. I'm starting to feel a little bit better now.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. My name is Robert Messenger with the Community Development Department. This is a presentation on the proposed Las Cruces Municipal Code, Section 3241, Complete Streets. Complete streets serve motorists, bicyclists, persons with disabilities, and pedestrians of all ages. They differ based on their context, such as historical neighborhoods, rural, or urban. Benefits include health, safety, and reduced transportation costs. This ordinance would ensure that complete streets principles are considered in new and reconstructed street projects. It establishes a complete streets advisory committee that guides and prioritizes projects. The process will evaluate and report on implementation. There is policy support for complete streets. The Complete Streets resolution was adopted in 2009. Additional policies include the Active Transportation Plan and Elevate Las Cruces. The Health Policy Review Committee discussed complete streets in August 2021. City staff from various departments provided input to complete this draft. Public outreach will occur as part of Realize Las Cruces, which is the land development update to the code. If council were to adopt this ordinance, it will be repealed and replaced with the adoption of Realize Las Cruces, and it will be, the principles will be incorporated into Realize Las Cruces. Based on the first read that was 2 weeks ago, staff prepared several additional documents for council review. There are 4 documents that propose modification to the ordinance. 2 recommended amendments include 1, a reformat to municipal code outline per Councilor Sorg's request, and 2, to remove the contradictions in Section 3243 general policy. In addition to these recommended amendments, there is an alternative ordinance language provided by the Planning and Zoning Chair, as well as one provided by city staff. These are the options for City Council action. Myself and staff now stand for any questions.
Let's see, Councilor Flores, Councilor Bate-Stuben, Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Messenger. Can you tell us exactly where those changes will be and what the language will be in those changes?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, are you talking about the recommended or the staff, the proposed amendments?
Were there any, since the last time we met, were there any changes made by staff based on the American Heart Association's recommendations?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, the draft language that you have before you and is the same as the first read. So to the best, staff did not make any changes based on that, as far as the reformatted version is verbatim, exactly like the one that yes. All staff did to that one was to reformat it to follow the Muni Code. So mistakes, misspellings, anything that were in that version that you had at first read are exactly the same as the reformatted version. The next version, which one of my staff used the term, or one of the staff used the term scrivener's errors. Basically what that does, if you look at Section 3243, there is one item that says shall, and then there is another item that says may. Staff would recommend that you change that language and strike the first section the shall language and just include the may language, because those are contradictory. As far as the optional amendments, I have not reviewed the document provided by the P&Z chair. And then I can provide some explanation on the alternative language provided by city staff. If there's some specific questions, I will defer to department heads to address some of those.
Well, it seems to me that the some of the language, a lot of the language in this that you've presented uses the word should, and should, and should, and should. And in fact, when we're implementing Elevate Las Cruces and all that, it's mandatory. So anytime we do an ordinance, the language will therefore be mandatory, shall. And therein lies the rub. It seems like what you're presenting today and what we're voting on today is the same thing you presented 2 weeks ago. And these questions were raised back then. So what's the point of voting on it if it doesn't have the language that it should have to be mandatory? So I don't know.
Mayor, Councilor Flores, I will defer to staff, to other department heads to address that question, because I do not want to, I understand your point, but I don't want to.
Mr. Messenger, if I remember correctly, a couple of weeks ago, recommendations were made, and I believe you said that you would be looking at this. And I don't know, maybe you were taking direction from your boss or God or somebody, but I think what we were asking was that we wanted language to be incorporated. And in fact, my understanding is that the American Heart Association representative, Mr. Moshe Sita, was going to withdraw his recommendations because the city wasn't conforming with what was suitable. And I agree with him. So I don't know what we're doing here today, Mr. Messenger. Could you explain that, Mr. Nichols, since Mr. Messenger doesn't seem to have an answer?
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Larry Nichols, Community Development Director. The ordinance that we are considering today after first read 2 weeks ago was an ordinance that was brought to the city clerk and to us who present. It had the American Heart Association language. We noticed in there were a few items that were referred to. I'll be very candid with you. One of them was the city of Albuquerque. And so we corrected those items, but we didn't change the content. Staff did not change content of that proposal. We did make reference in our background that stated that the Realize Las Cruces, which is our land use ordinance that is currently being updated, that this ordinance would be subject to review, repeal, or replacement in order not to have redundancy or have confusion or conflict. And so that is, this is the ordinance that was brought forward. After the first read, we were not able to make content changes to it.
Why not?
Because it had been read into the record.
So,
and we were not making those type of changes. We were making Scribner error changes and punctuation changes for clarity.
So that means that if it doesn't fulfill if it doesn't meet the requirements that should have been, see the part and maybe it was our fault, maybe we should have asked for a tabling to go back to the drawing board, but my understanding was that the recommendations made were going to be adhered to, and that's why, and here we are. But because what you're saying, Mr. Nichols, is that we're going to have this ordinance with all the should, and where it's possible, and then when push comes to shove, at the time that something is being done, oh, we didn't go back and do the ordinance to make it mandatory. So that, to me, is a contradiction and inconsistent with what we should be doing at this point in terms of carrying out our comprehensive plan.
And Mayor and City Council Member Flores, the presentation that is made is in ordinance form, not resolution form.
Yes.
And the resolution, we currently have a complete street resolution in place that was back in 2009.
Correct.
And this is moving it from the resolution format to the ordinance format, incorporating those items that were brought to us through the presentation submittal to the city clerk's office.
Yes, yes, Mr. Nichols. In 2009 was 12 years ago, and that was before our comprehensive plan in Elevate Las Cruces, and before the language in that plan is mandatory. It doesn't have any teeth because it's not in the form of an ordinance. And I'm having difficulty in understanding why we would have something that isn't consistent. And I don't know if you should go back to the drawing board. I don't know where you go from here, but I wouldn't be able to support this. But thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Flores, if I may, with all due respect, let me call Mahesh down here. Let me just ask him a couple questions so I can recant the information that was relayed to me, and then we can have all the gentlemen respond. So the way I understand it, there was, come on down, Mahesh, and I'm going to need you to state your name. So the way I understand it is there was a language that was presented at one of the PRCs, and it was approved. And then when it was advertised maybe 2.5 weeks ago, it was different. And so I asked Mahesh, I said, I'm not going to rewrite this thing. I'm not going to have staff rewrite it. I said, you rewrite it and send it to me, and then I give it to the clerk, and I made it within the 72-hour time frame. So that's probably why it said, you may have left Albuquerque in there, I don't know. But my question, Mahesh, is this. What we sent, and I can't seem to open up my iPad. That's why I can't check it right now. It's I don't know, it's weird. I usually can open it up, but I can't open it up right now. My question is what was sent, that you sent me, that I sent to the clerk, that was advertised 2 weeks ago, is it the same that it is right now today? Was there anything that was changed? And I think that's what I need you to come forward, state your name, please, and then go ahead.
Yep. Mayor, City Council, my name is Mahesh Sita with the American Heart Association. And, I'm guessing this is the copy I have, what's published today. And, the original first read, what was published was missing all the key elements of a complete street.
Yeah, no, I know. Forget about that.
And what I included was, as per your direction, was like, just don't change anything what the staff has put in, just include what you wanted to do. So now all that stuff is in there. But however, the staff had a phrase that says, this may apply, which is like, we recommend that it say shall apply. And, the applicability clause, I don't see here, clearly says, this article shall apply to all road projects within the city limits, and that's missing on here. And so, and then the phrases they have is, maybe, if possible. I mean, these are all contradictory and confusing because it doesn't make for a good ordinance. So,
Mahesh,
yes,
excuse me for interrupting. I know I asked you to make it in bold and underline it so that council, because I was on the road at the time, so that council could see what was presented, and then what the language was that we had asked for a long time ago from the city of Albuquerque, and you incorporated in that for me. I appreciate that. So I guess what I'm trying to say is the one that was bold and underlined, you had the wording in there that shall, not should or may. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what's being presented now, like I said, I haven't been able to open it up yet, that is the question is, was that changed, the one that was in bold and underlined?
Mr. Mayor and the council, I don't think that has been changed, but, I think one of the discussions we had was, I talked to Councilor Sorg and Councilor Stewie, was, to make this right, I mean, some of those clauses should be removed and, and change the words from should to shall and clean up as part of the amendment, so you have a very effective ordinance, and so it's not contradicting itself and leaves a lot of room for interpretation. And so, I mean, that's...
I got you.
Yes.
I understand. So, Councilor Flores, then, what I was trying to get at is, it doesn't appear as staff changed anything. They left it, well, from the first time to the second time. This wording, according to Mahesh, unless I understood you wrong, you had actually included it as well. But then after reviewing it again, this might be better wording, is what you're saying, to conform. And let's back up. The reason why we want to do this is because of if you can state the ultimate goal. I know there's a few other cities that have passed this and have, but can you share with us the ultimate goal, why we're doing this?
Yeah, Mayor, City Council, as I, talk to you, all of them, and I really appreciate your time and giving me some time to say. I mean, we partner with the, Smart Growth America, and we work with them as our partners, and we've implemented the Complete Streets projects in several cities across the state, across the country, and Albuquerque was the first one in New Mexico to do it in 2019. A lot of folks ask me, like, you're an American Heart Association, why you're involved with Complete Streets? I think the Complete Streets makes a walkable communities, bikeable communities, and gives access to people to walk, ride, and go to, places they want to without getting into their cars. And the reason we're involved is, we want people to be active and walk, ride, bikes. So, that's one of the proven scientific fact that when you get some exercise, you will have less exposure to heart disease, strokes, diabetes, and hypertension. So that's the main reason why we are involved with this program. And I understand some of the concerns the staff may have raised on this, but as I mentioned, this is not a mandate ordinance that says, all streets shall be done. But it gives a exception process in there, creates an exception process where if you can't do a project based on this ordinance, you just need to explain it in writing and have public input and inform the city council. I mean, this ordinance is, it's working excellently in Albuquerque. I mean, it creates accountability, transparency, and public input. And, so I think, those are the key reasons why.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm going to turn to Councilor Beta-Stuvey. She asked the clerk to hand this out, and I'd like for her to explain, if she would.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Before you're going to see a set of potential proposed amendment changes for the Complete Streets. And what I took was the comments from staff about adding or subtracting a few items, and also cleaning up some of that language that I believe is one of Councilor Flores's concerns about making sure that there's kind of teeth to this and that we're able to really consider this an ordinance. So what you're going to see, the first item that I have is for section 32-41, and it is an addition from what staff had asked for an addition to section C, and that would be at the very, after the applicability section, there's A, B, and there'd be an additional C, and that would add the word C, are designated collectors and above, and are being designed and constructed by private developers as part of subdivision or site plan development, and will become part of the city's owned and maintained street network. So that'd be one item. Then in addition, you'd see in section 2, now if you're looking at your computer, online in the section of, in your packet, this would be page 5 of the complete streets section. That's where we're starting. And then in section 2, you're going to see a change, and that's under general policy. Under line 1, you would strike should to the greatest extent possible and add the word shall. In that same section 3, strike line 3, the words should the greatest extent possible and add the word shall. In section 6, under that same, which would be on, that's your page 8 of your packet, strike are encouraged and may and add the word shall. In section 3, we also have a strike of may and add the word shall. And then in 32-45, this is in the implementation portion. This is where I do, and this is, like I said, my proposed changes. I do deviate a bit from staff recommendation. I do strike some items, but we do keep the item number 1 for the city shall create plans and set goals. But we strike section 2 and section 3. And in section 4, strike or any other with a new sentence that reads, the city shall use an existing advisory committee or PRC on multimodal transportation issues to assign it to the complete streets advisory functions. This would then create, with the implementation, the reason why I deviate from staff on this is it does make sure that we have accountability staff standards when we implement this complete streets. There is a bit of reporting to come out, and it can get sent to one of our existing advisory committees or PRCs. We do have one on transportation and sustainability that might be a great fit, or quality of life. And so there are different areas that I think these reports can come out to. I do have in section C of this as well that it shall meet quarterly. Because the reports are biannual, I did strike quarterly and put biannually. The committees meet at monthly. However, for the complete streets portion, that would also stay as biannual. And then in section 4, under performance measures, this is page 14 of your packet. In section 2, line 1, strike should and add shall. Line 3, strike should and add shall and include PRC after the word committee, so that it's a committee or PRC. Then in section 32-44, this is based on staff recommendations, strike 7 and add 9, and that's just to clean up the language so that we're including all the different areas to be looked at. And that's a lot of different items, so I will stand for questions.
Okay, well, thank you, Councilor. And just to clarify for Councilor Flores, so Councilor Flores, from what I may not be understanding you correctly, but I thought you were thinking, why didn't staff clean it up like this and just bring it to us already? Because they can't do that. They have to leave it as is, as it was advertised. And so this is what Councilor Betastuvi, with conjunction with Mahesh, these were some suggestions. But I have to say, I'm going to turn to Jennifer, because this may be too significant to pass today. It may have to be advertised yet again. I don't know. So, Jennifer. Okay, yeah. Okay, anyways, so Jennifer, these changes that Councilor Betastuvi is proposing, is this considered not significant enough, or significant more than enough to might have to hold off and yet advertise with this new wording?
Mayor and Council, thank you. I think that it is a substantive change because you have changed your permissive language to mandatory language. So my suggestion would be to table it and to republish with the red line version for the next time.
That's what I kind of thought myself, but I just wanted to make sure if it was legal. So, okay. Hold on. Okay. So we've got Councilor Sorg, and then it looked like someone else had their line, Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm having a hard time following anything on these. I've got so many copies of this same ordinance, and I agree with Councilor Beda-Suvi's changes here. I agree with all of them, but I can't find them where because the sections aren't right and the numbers aren't right and the outline of it isn't right. But yeah, I do agree with all these. I counted maybe even 8 to 9 different mays and shoulds that should go to shells. And as another example of something, Jennifer, is on page, well, it's page 3 on this copy. I don't know what page it is in the published ordinance, but it's in section 2, general policy. The first 2 sentences there are identical except for one word. And I noticed staff preferred the second one there, but I am more inclined to agree with the first one. The following complete streets principles shall apply. And that's where I would want to see the new rewrite have all these shells in there instead of shoulds and mays and what have you. I mean, but there's an example of a duplicate sentence that are directly contradictory to each other. So yeah, it'll have to be tabled because it's way too many changes. And I just want to make my feelings clear here that these should have the word shells in them instead of mays or shoulds. And I'm saying that because we don't want a city that doesn't have complete streets. And if you put in too many mays and shells in there, you're going to have some exceptions, many too many exceptions in the street. And in the last 12 plus years has shown that some of our streets haven't been complete when they've been built or rebuilt. So enough said. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to quickly point out a few other things that I think need to be corrected before this comes back to the council, presumably after tabling. But I think in sections 12C, items 2 and 4, it makes a reference to the city's engineering division. And I think that may be something from the city of Albuquerque and not from the city of Las Cruces, because I don't think we have an engineering division as far as I know. Same with the development process manual, although I could be wrong, unless we do have such a document. It looks like that may be in reference to the city of Albuquerque, but I could be wrong. I just want to make sure. And then the section of under implementation where it lists the committee members also refers to having members of the Office of Equity and Inclusion, which again I believe is from the city of Albuquerque and not Las Cruces. And then the Department of Municipal Development is another reference made in that that same section, as well as a reference to council services. So some of those sound a little foreign to me, unless I just haven't been paying enough attention. But those are perhaps some language changes to make. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you. My microphone wasn't working. Yes, I agree to all of that. I actually just had a sort of different kind of question. In your first slide, oh, I forgot, Mr. Messenger. Well, no, the second slide. No, I'm sorry, that wasn't it either. You mentioned something about Realize Las Cruces and there being a replacement. I was really unclear about what that meant. Can you discuss that again, please?
Yes, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo. Realize Las Cruces contains design standards that are in addition to the language in complete streets. So if Section 3241 complete streets were to be adopted, all of the items within that would be embodied in Realize Las Cruces. We're expecting that to be adopted in sometime in 2023. So this ordinance wouldn't go away. It just would become incorporated within Realize Las Cruces, and it would be done in a manner to get rid of any duplications and contradictions.
Okay, that's helpful. I think when I heard you say it would be repealed and replaced, that all the work that's being done right here would sort of become meaningless, but you're saying that this language would help inform the Realize Las Cruces language.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, you are absolutely correct, yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, I appreciate it.
Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor. To answer one of Councilor Vasquez's questions, the items that you suggested for changing for some of the language beyond, I have a 12-C as to be added, but the other ones that you had, those were in the implementation that were going to be struck in its entirety. So, and then we replace it with language that is existing for our city, which is our advisory committees or PRC, so that we don't have to worry about that. And then, Mr. Messenger, I do have one other question. With the adoption of Realize Las Cruces, it wouldn't necessarily, if we didn't have this in place, complete streets, we wouldn't have that reporting kind of requirement. That won't be going through Realize Las Cruces. So I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one of the reasons why this is also important is that there are that report out on how we're doing with our complete streets. And part of it is looking at how we address low-income areas, those that have aged infrastructure. And so that's really important, I think, as we're trying to develop in a very holistic way and making sure we're taking care of our communities that are well-established as alongside new developments as well.
Mayor, Councilor Beta-Stubbe, I do not know the answer to that question. I can either research that or perhaps another member of staff or a department head can address that. So I don't know what would happen to that implementation function were this ordinance to be repealed and replaced. To the best of my knowledge, all I know is that all of the standards and the guidelines within this ordinance would be incorporated into Realize Las Cruces. As for the implementation, reporting out, evaluation, and those types of questions, I do not have an answer for you. I can do some research and get back to you, or again, I can defer to a department head.
Thank you.
Mayor and Councilor Stubbe, his correct. His answer is correct. We'll look into that, but obviously we do need a tracking and monitoring and reporting mechanism, and that would be included in the when it goes through the review for Realize Las Cruces.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. So does it sound like we need to table this until January 3rd?
So what I was thinking, Councilor, is either the 3rd or the 18th for the first read. This gives, incorporate a lot of this information and then let staff redo it and then it'd be advertised and then that's the.
So table indefinitely to create a new ordinance, okay.
Jennifer?
Mayor and Council, yes, table indefinitely and then bring forward the draft that you would like.
I move to table this ordinance indefinitely.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Flores. Christine?
There was public comment.
No, there's no public, it's just, we just vote. on the table. Sorry.
This is on the motion to table ordinance 2990 indefinitely. Councilor Beda-Stevie?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay. Mahesh, I know we've waited a long time. We've worked on this since 2018, a couple more weeks. Be there. Okay. Thank you. And now we're going to go to board appointments. So Connie Campos to the Economic Development Policy Review Committee. She represents the commercial real estate sector. So I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Gondeta.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gondeta, second by Councilor Sorg. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Connie Campos to the Economic Development PRC. Councilor Beda-Stevie?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next is Scott Kaiser, at-large appointment to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Vasquez. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Scott Kaiser to the Planning and Zoning Committee. Councilor Beda-Stevie?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so we're almost there. Our City Council member board reports. I was just going to make a comment about maybe the quarterly report on sustainability, but we already incorporated that. That's all I had. Just wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and see you guys next year. Oh,
yeah, we have one more.
that's right.
Forward, don't we?
Yeah, that's right. 12.1, Council Bill number 2213, ordinance number 2991.
Bring it forward.
I was just checking to see if you guys were paying attention. Yeah, bring it forward. Okay, now. So just everything that I just said. So Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Mayor Pro Tem, you're next.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted us to follow back up, Mr. Pelia, around the TNR. Where are we, and should we drill down what budget allocation we will have, identify a person within the city, which I think is our codes department, and Lieutenant Whittla has been working, I know, on that, meeting with the groups and such. So I just want an update regarding the TNR program and how we can just move to, just facilitating a better policy from the city standpoint. I'm super busy these last couple of weeks, attended many ribbon cutting events. One that was really exciting was the Unived Park. Special thanks to Jamie and Carla for all the work, and staff, Sonia and others. It's going to be a really exciting rehab project, and one that really honors the work that community has done by putting that together. I love sort of the art piece that I think will accompany that. I had a merchant meeting with the downtown merchants. And Mr. Peely and I had a meeting specifically with a merchant from downtown that's seen increased activity of the homeless and issues with over-serving, underage drinking, and some of the establishments. I know Chris Favor has been working diligently with our police department. Special thanks to Chief and DC Danes and staff there. They're giving us like weekly updates on how the weekend fares, and we're sort of then sharing that information out to the owners of the particular buildings. I think that has been helpful. But they're talking about lighting, is it like lack of lighting signage in relation to where the public restrooms are, those kinds of things. I know that parking lot there is going to be, we're going to have a new restroom facility that's going to be moved up a bit to be seen, I think, from the Gallecita there. But I think we spoke of trying to work with maybe Public Works and those folks to put some additional lighting there. There's some real dark spots and such. And then addressing our homeless population in a more, in a compassionate way, I like to say. I know, Mr. Peely, we talked about that identified piece of land that we're working on trying, that's next to the Horse and Hound, and just trying to get some updates and some relief for some of our residents, our businesses that are experiencing that. Some of the feedback is our homeless are verbally accosting folks, a little more aggressive, those kinds of things. So just trying to Mayor, and I don't know if we can have a work session maybe that addresses these things. And you had talked about, working with Community of Hope and identifying that piece of land that we might, in addition to Tent City. But I think I get a slew of emails almost weekly about this, and it's just not the downtown. It's all over the city.
So Mayor Pro Tem, are you talking about the possibility of, right now we have residents who sometimes they feel they can, sleep wherever they want to sleep. And so, and a lot of times they're either in city property or they're in private property, but by having another piece of land that's nearby the Community of Hope, then our police or fire, we can move them there because it'll be free and they'll be, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Whenever you want a work session, we'll fast track that one.
We should, I would like to recommend that we have one.
January 10th.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. And then some discussion with the Greater Chamber about developing a merchant association alongside with DLCP. I think that will be helpful. I know there's a couple of businesses that are interested in helping organize a neighborhood watch in that downtown area. And I know Ifo and I have a meeting with the Greater Chamber to address that. Let's see, moving down my... Oh, I had a great opportunity to attend the NAMI poetry reading and actually read a poem that I put together that was so out of my comfort zone, but I did it, and it was a great experience. I was so nervous, but the group there was amazing, and quite frankly, so many talented people, that are putting their experiences down on paper. It was amazing to see how they express their experiences with mental health, with the diagnoses, and it was really heartfelt. So I was thrilled to be a part of that, and with Councilor Sorg and Councilor Bengomo, I think we had a great time. It was awesome to see that. And then attended the Families and Youth Innovation Plus ribbon cutting. They are changing their name, a new website, new name that includes a lot of new services. Super excited about that, and really looking forward to what they'll do in the next year with all these new services. And then lastly, I wanna bid farewell to our councilors, Gabe. Man, Gabe, it's been an absolute pleasure serving with you. I recall when we first met at your kickoff campaign and how impressed I was of you then, with just sort of the vast experience and expertise that you had, and from not only a federal, state, but local level. I so appreciate your service, and you will be missed. And please stay in touch, and good luck to you. And Gil, thank you for your service, for your many years of service. I learned a tremendous amount. We definitely are going to have a void there in our sustainability group. We're going to have to, I hope that one of us take on the sustainability and just keep reminding us, right? Keep reminding us that constant voice that I felt like you were on those issues, on water issues, just on conservation in general. You will be missed, Gil. Thank you again for your service. And that's all for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And
Mayor.
yes. Oh, yes,
Sorry.
Councilor.
I have to make a 6 o'clock meeting. So if it's okay, I'd love to just say a few words and bid farewell, if that sounds good.
Sure, of course.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think I said mostly everything earlier, but thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for your kind words. And it has really, truly been a pleasure in my life to serve here on the dais with you and with staff as well. It really brings to the heart what it means to be a public servant when you see staff, doing all the things that it takes for a city to run, that people often don't see behind the scenes, and how often you all are scrambling to put materials together for us and help us out with making policy and budget decisions. So thank you so much to all the staff. It's been a pleasure to work with you. Same goes to our law enforcement agencies and our fire department. You guys keep our city safe, and as the mayor aptly says it before every meeting, we need to be reminded of all of our public servants, and especially those folks who are keeping our families, our community safe. So thank you so much, Chief Smith. And yeah, I just so humbled to have the experience to serve with you all. And I'm going to miss you guys. So we'll miss you. Yeah, but I'll be back. Don't worry. With that, I do apologize. I had to run for a 6 o'clock meeting that I need for my next step in the career.
For your next job.
Yes, Councilor Sorg. We'll see you at the Soil and Water Conservation meetings. I'll be there heckling you. So. Okay, thank you all so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. And I need to get with you in the next couple of days. I've got to leave myself, so Mayor Pro Tem is going to run the meeting. I got to leave before Councilor Flores berates me. So, okay. See you all. Have a Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, Councilor Flores, you're next up. Okay.
So, Gabe, I'm going to miss you a lot. I'm glad you could hear me. The world. When I first met Gabe, I thought, he's going to be our first Chicano U.S. President of the United States. So he's on the road. Thank you for your gifts to the city insofar as your intellect and your dedication, Gabe, and your vision. I just wanted to thank Gabe, and I'm glad he could hear me. And Gil, I'm just going to miss you so very much. You've really been the strength, the consistent voice on this council regarding so many issues, but especially the environment. And the fact that your background is in biology and you skipped out on your PhD in biology. Did you hear that too? Are you listening? Anyway, can you hear me? Yes. At any rate, Gil, I'm just going to miss you terribly, and I'm just glad that we're both members of other organizations that will be able to cross and roads, and our families, our friends. So but I'm going to miss you here at council. And thank you so very much for your service. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, Ms. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. Councilor Sorg.
Oh, it's so hard to follow all of you. Well, thank you for all the kind words from everyone here. I'm going to miss you too. I'm going to miss you all too. This has been quite a journey, and so many thanks that goes out to everybody. I see in the audience here, Chief Dominguez is there, and Director Welch is on our utilities.
Chief Smith.
Smith is there. Oh, yes. Yeah. Right. And then Assistant Manager Enrique for you too, and David Cedillo from Public Works, and of course, most of all, Jamie. So I'm just going to say a big thank you to everybody. I'll miss you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Sorg. Councilor Bencomo.
This is so weird. Thank you, Councilor Sorg. We're going to miss you. And yes, I would be happy to be part of an incredible council that's going to carry the torch that you have
You bet.
very proudly carried. I just want to make this quick because I'm super hungry. I don't know about you all. But I wanted just to say thank you to Delilah and the utilities for putting on an incredible awards banquet on Friday and honoring all of their staff. And, for any staff that's listening, I just here at the end of the year want to say a huge thank you for staff that's very visible and for staff that's not very visible, and how often that those are really thankless jobs, and but not from us. And I just wanted to say a huge thank you to all of that staff from utilities, public works, Parks and Rec, everybody who makes this city quite literally run. And I just, that was a beautiful event, Delilah. So thank you for the invitation. I was very happy to be there. And then Mayor Pro Tem Ifo, this might be for you and ACM Enriquez, but I recently read about cities across the country that are now providing free at-home kits for COVID. And people can pick them up at public libraries. And I know that we have some ARPA funds that are left, or even the Telshore Fund. Honestly, a lot of people may not be able to afford the rapid tests. And a lot of people also can't afford to wait 3 days to get their test results back. And I just felt like, given what's happening with Omicron and, at the speed that it's moving, how incredible it would be to provide at-home rapid kits for people who can then just pick up at public places and know right away, especially if they have symptoms, if they have COVID or not, and quickly take measures, as opposed to go to work for 3 days and you might have COVID, and how that can spread so quickly. So DC is doing it, Boston, a number of different cities, and I just think it's something that we could really look into and be able to provide for a lot of people here in our community. So I just wanted to raise that and see if it's something that you can look into and see if it's feasible doing. And I'll stop there. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. I love that idea. Yeah, I think it's a good one for sure. Councilor Abeyta-Stube.
Thank you. I guess my Christmas gift to everyone is being really fast on this. I want to say just a welcome to Naomi Chavez-Lopez, who will be joining as the new community school manager. She is very bright, very energetic, and I look forward to having her serve. One item that I'd like to call to attention to is with the ASCMV, they have performed a lot of TNR surgeries, and I know there's been some challenges, but between August 27th and December 20th, they've had about 615 surgeries. Community cats from the city that they've taken in is over 251, and out of that in the county, including county, it's 295, and out of that entire total, only 25 of those feral cats had to be euthanized during that period. So it is an improvement, I think. There's a long ways to go, but there has been progress during this time. Gil, I want to thank you so much for your hospitality, kindness to us as new counselors, and showing us the ropes and including us on different projects too. It's been really wonderful, and so I thank you so much for serving. And that'll be all I have today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Abeyta-Stube. And last but not least, Ifo Pili.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't have much from staff or anything to report. I know it's a short week, but the things that you've mentioned, items you mentioned, we have been noted, and we will follow up. Maybe just one thing I was reminded of is just to let you know that the onboarding has started. I appreciate Jamie taking lead on onboarding our new counselors. And so she has been working with staff and all our department heads, and they've been in meetings, and she'll continue with that with her team to get them onboarded properly. And then if I may indulge to Mayor Pro Tem.
Absolutely.
Thank you to Councilor Sorg. Maybe I speak on behalf of our staff as well. Those you've pointed out our staff, but if I can speak in behalf of our staff, thank you so much for your service. And even personally, Councilor, I will express this to Councilor Vasquez as well. Thank you for the opportunity, as you are the council that hired me, and I just, on a personal note, thank you for this opportunity to be here. It's been an honor and pleasure to serve with you, and we have a lot more to talk about than business every time we talk. We talk a lot about football too, and we're going to miss, we don't have to miss those discussions as well. We can keep in touch, but thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you, Councilor Sorg and Council.
Yeah, let's keep it going.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you, Mr. Beely. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey. Christine?
This is on the motion to adjourn the meeting. Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez is absent. Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And Mayor is absent.
Happy holidays. See you in the new year.